Okay. Skip, skippity bip bip bip. Okay. Huh. Yeah. Hey. Yo, yo, oh, yo, oi, oh, hey. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Oh man. God, I'm barely present. Hear me. Hello. This is Teiyu, your emotional support animal. How you doing? I am very exhausted. Man, last stream took a bit out of me, and then I had a new workout set the next day, and I still feel it in my feel it in my stomach. Thank you for the love. And that bat. And yeah, I am. Oh, I'm gonna struggle to stay like conscious during all this, but let's do our best here. Also, I already have to go to the toilet, but yeah, I'm gonna hold out for a while. It's all right. It's good. We can manage. Congrats on getting us landed. Y'all landed the landed. Yeah, that was fun. Anyway, hi. Oh boy. Connie, congrats on being first. Salankororororororori. The Pookie Wookie Bear, our dearly beloved. Oh my. The Valorant duo, but for the soul. What does that mean? Lankery, please. What do those words mean? Connie. Kawani. Hi there, Reverie. Time to go back to your childhood. Oh boy, hopefully not in like a bad way. Hopefully you can maintain a good, healthy distance to it if it was bad. Like you're goated with a sauce, no cap. Ah, okay, I have a vague idea of what that means. So that's good. Oh, hi there, Golan. How are you doing? Octavi, hello there. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm not so sure I'm saying welcome in, like that kind of implies that you haven't been here before, but you know what? I'm just saying things. This is a goat, yeah. It is the goat. Pet's the goat. You should pet the goat. Crooked up goat boy with a little bit of swag. Oh man. Man, I remember the days when I had swag. Actually, never mind. I just streamed that, actually. You know, you get bad at telling these things apart in your old age. Thanks for the posture check. Let's get you back to bed, Grandpa. Thanks. Maybe I should go back to bed. Man. Sleep isn't what it used to be. That's my freaking statement for today. I don't know, man. You're back from the depth of hell. Well, I'm glad to see you're still doing well. Ish. Well-ish. I mean, I hope you're doing well. But you're alive. Well, that's something. That's a good first start. Yeah. So, do I have anything interesting to say before we start? I don't think so. I've had Anyu over for a bit, and it's been nice, you know. Every couple days, they've been over, and it's been really nice and comfy, and that's really all I have to say about that, honestly. It's just really healing to have like a friend who's just like there. I was like, wow, that's a friend, like right over there. What the hell? you know, I think it's cool. And yeah, I hope you guys can read this stuff decently enough. Oh, maybe I should increase the size of this guy a little bit. Maybe I should do that. You can't read? Well, darn. You know what? It doesn't really matter that let's just focus on the text, including that part. That part is also good. Yes. Well, darn. Doesn't. Why is it not showing my title? That okay, fine. You can't read. You failed English. Oh, I'm sure English is still proud of you. English isn't that, you know, doesn't have such high expectations for you. They're still gonna accept you. Oh god, today is gonna be a weird day. I can already tell. Okay, so who here is excited for some emotionally immature parents? That is not a thing to be excited for. But who is excited for this? Hi. Oh. What just happened there? Why did a little guy float down? That's new. It was a little guy. It was a little guy that floated down. Thank you for the follow. Hi there. Welcome in. So, yeah, today we're continuing our recap of adult children of emotionally immature parents by Lindsay C. Gibson, which yeah, we already had one of these streams for this book, and we only went to part 2 out of like 9. So let's pick up the pace a little bit. Hi there, Richard. How are you doing? And yeah, so let's do that. So let's recap the recap just a little bit. Aaron Jane, hello there. Welcome in. Hi there, Lepen. OMG, yeah, Lepen, hello. You remember this, don't you? So a recap of the thing that introduced me to your man. Yeah. So let's do like a rapid fire little intro to where we left off. So, the whole thing that you experience if you grew up with emotionally immature parents is emotional loneliness, which is a lack of emotional intimacy, which can get chronic. So emotional intimacy would be defined here as like basically the ability to like really feel understood and accepted, and like you can really talk to someone about stuff and, you know, have it be understood and, you know, have it be respected, and just feel like you're at home and like taken seriously with your emotional needs and everything, and you can really open up to the person because they respect you. And if you don't have that, then there's this sense of like not feeling emotionally fulfilled, feeling kind of alone, feeling abandoned, stuff like that. It's especially dire for children because they can't understand why their parents wouldn't want to be there for them, so they'll often end up blaming themselves for it, which can create some really BS self-worth issues, like blaming yourself and thinking you're just bad and you're at fault for things and stuff like that. And yeah, how you relate to your caretakers in your childhood is the model that your brain uses for relationships throughout your life. So it's a really impactful thing, and that's that's why people always talk about, like, mommy issues or daddy issues and stuff like that. It's yeah, because that stuff can like impact your romantic relationships and all your other relationships. All your relationships. That's what it does. When you're a little baby, all you do is like look around and try to figure out, like, okay, what is this world around me? And then you try to figure out, how does this work? And you just accept that, like, the relationship that you have with your parents is just the way the relationships apparently work, right? I blamed my parents for being inadequate ever since I was conscious, not gonna lie. It's kind of funny. Huh. You blamed your parents for being inadequate? Like, for yourself being inadequate, or who's being like, for them being inadequate? Ever since you were conscious? I doubt that. They were emotionally immature. Yeah, it's a very common thing in one way or another. Right, it's right here. Emotional intimacy can be provided by an emotionally immature person. Basically, a connection and environment where you feel safe to be authentic, because even if conflict arises, it will be dealt with in a healthy way. Us versus the problem rather than you versus me. Yeah, and why is it so important? Because we're herd animals. The one thing a baby kind of instinctually understands is that it's helpless and it needs someone to take care of it. And yeah, that's why it's such a desperate need to really feel like you're being valued and taken care of and respected and stuff. Hey there, Kashka. Yeah, and meanwhile, emotional immaturity is basically the inability to healthily deal with unpleasant emotions, and, especially from other people. So yeah, if you've had those experiences, you're very much not alone. It's a way too common thing. But if you feel that specific pain, then that's not necessarily a bad thing, because feeling the pain, that's a warning signal. It tells you that there's something there that you can fix, and let's see if we can do that. Hi there, Retro. How are you doing? So the effect of growing up emotionally neglected. Children would try whatever they can to still connect, which often leads to putting others' needs before your own. Yeah, there's we're gonna get to that. There's basically like two types of people who emerge from this kind of relationship, like ones who internalize and ones who externalize. The ones who internalize tend to be like, blaming themselves and putting others before themselves. And the others tend to be more like, everyone else sucks, and that's the reason why I am unhappy is that the world is unfair and everyone is an asshole who is at fault for me being unhappy. Connie does both, yay! Just got back from work, very tired, feet sore, but I've taken a week off. I hope you have a good week off. And do you have anything interesting planned? Any good way to recover? But yeah, if you put others' needs before your own, it often leads to even more emotional loneliness, because you aren't getting your own emotional needs taken care of, and it's not even, you feel like you're getting some sort of connection, but it's not a complete connection, because like connections go both ways. Just spending time with family? I'm glad you have a family that helps you emotionally recover, and like physically and everything. That's wonderful. And yeah, you have to learn to take care of yourself. With no one taking care of you, you often grow up too quickly, and you end up prematurely jumping into relationships. I still need to figure out why that is. Hi there, Minscampy. Hello. It can be a bit much at time, but I still love them. I'm glad. Feeling guilty for being unhappy is a classic sign of someone whose physical needs were met during childhood, but not their emotional needs. Oh. Right, yeah. Like, a lot of emotionally immature parents feel like they can physically take care of a child. Like, they still have that instinct to take care of the child, but, like, they don't know how to deal with, like, all the emotions that come with it. Sometimes, you know, they'll still be like, hey, have this thing, have all this stuff, and then they'll be like, well, I'm taking care of you, I'm doing everything you could possibly ask for, and then the child is unhappy, and they're like, fuck you, you're so ungrateful, you know? Thank you for the hydrate, and the vibe check and the posture check and blah blah blah. I'm doing reasonably good. The vibes? I do wish I'd taken like a couple minutes to, you know, before stream, even though I was already kind of late, to just, you know, to just go to the toilet. I'm gonna hold out for like 40 more minutes. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be fine. Aside from that, I'm realizing, like, this is really cool. Like, I really need to do streams like this more often, which, I mean, okay, I am planning to do it like once a week, so cool. But yeah, like, talking about this stuff, like, it's, you know, like, before stream, I was really just like, I had a little power nap, and I was just like, hang on, Teiyu, you gotta say things. You gotta use your voice to start speaking and wake up. But yeah, no, like, getting into this, I feel like my brain is starting to whir and be like, yes, do things. I think more fun. Hello, welcome in. I mean, welcome to the streams. Yeah. Hi. It's nice to have you. Yeah. Hiya. Yeah. God, hang on. Yeah, I feel like all too often, I feel like, you know, I'm constantly tired. And I feel like, oh no, I'm so tired. Using my brain is gonna be really difficult, and you know, it's gonna use all these resources that I don't have. But like, it's one of those things when it's like about something that I that I really care about, where it's like actually energizing me, so I need to do it more often because it actually wakes me up, right? That's what more fun also brings to mind, because that's a person who just recently joined the community who really likes using my brain, and I appreciate that. I need to do that more often. And like find that joy again and just like thinking about things. Brain is muscle, must be trained. Yes. Can't prematurely get into too many relationships as nobody ever wants to date me. Cool. There's an upside to everything. Also, hang on. Consider my posture checked. Yes. Shoulders back. And tummy. Tummy. Oh god, my tummy. Yeah, I don't know if it was the app coaster. I used an app coaster for my workout last time, and you know, an app coaster, it coasts abs. So that's one thing. That might be one thing why my stomach is hurting. You know, my abs. But also I started doing like these side by side, not by side by side, side to side, like things that also use the abdomen. And I don't know, that might also be it. I noticed that like my one side is way stronger than the other one, so that's probably an important thing to train, to get myself more symmetrical. Still looking for my future boyfriend. I'm single and not yet ready to mingle. Oh man, same though, same. I really, I really gave up on that at some point. Like maybe that should be like, after factfulness, maybe that should be like a thing, like some self-help book on like getting back into like dating. Although this one towards the end, it kinda sorta gets into that. Although it's not really like the, you know, it's not really like, you know, you've had too many rejections and yeah, scared of rejection, yeah. And here's some tips to get you hyped or something, you know. This is just like this book is gonna get into like how to find like emotionally fulfilling and healthy relationships if you struggle with that. Part of me wants to bonk you for that, and part of me keeps whispering forever cone lol. Whatever that means. Yeah, big hugs. Why is it that I'm gay and anxious, man? To be fair, I think that is very common though. So it's not like you're alone with that. Okay. Yeah, males have the same emotional needs, and their boys don't cry role honestly makes them even more vulnerable, yeah. Children will try to fit those roles, yeah. We're gonna get back to the subject of roles a lot. Because fleeting moments of parental approval might be the closest thing they feel to an actual connection with their parents, yeah. Like, if you never got, like, approval, you might be really anxious to, like, fulfill the roles that your parents want for you, because, you know, if they just have this fleeting moment of being like, yep, that's our child, and it's gonna be like, yes. Look, approval. Big hugs to Kashka. You're also gay and anxious? What are the chances? Huh. Well, you are? Huh. Yeah. Or, you know, you just really couldn't fulfill those roles, and then that made you even more anxious, so that there's all sorts of ways this can play out. The guilt of cutting a person out of your life is a manageable emotion and a small price to pay for freedom. Yeah. If you wait, no, hang on, that was a different thing. Hate is a normal response to feeling like someone is draining your life force by getting their needs and wants met at your expense. So, like, I guess it's normal to maybe hate your parent if that's what they did. Yeah. Yeah, and if you know, you might feel guilty. Like, that might just be an ingrained thing that's gonna be really hard to get over, but it's something that can be managed. And if they just keep draining your energy, then yeah. I'm certainly not straight and anxious, fair enough. Yeah, if you grew up like this, you might have a hard time trusting your instincts, which, feels familiar, yeah? Because your parents didn't validate your feelings and instincts. And it makes you susceptible to just following whoever seems like really sure of themselves. Makes you easy to gaslight and stuff like that. Manipulate in all sorts of emotional ways. You might end up in a relationship where you have to put in work because, you know, yeah, you're just used to relationships requiring work from you to get anything out of them. And, you know, relationships do require a little bit of work, but, you know, it should feel like you're getting somewhere, and it's still primarily, like, you know, fulfilling. Like, yeah. Like, every kind of relationship requires a little bit of work, because, like, every person is basically as distinct from one another as, like, an entirely different world. Like, we all live in our entirely different worlds that were all shaped by, like, our extremely different, like, experiences. And so it's always going to take a little bit of work, at least, to really figure out how to communicate about everything, because like you're working with entirely different like bases. So yeah. Hi there, Ezra. But yeah, it shouldn't be like, I don't know. Maybe I should reread this. Reread maybe to find ways to really know that you're putting in too much work for too little. Don't know if there was something in there about that. Hello there. And yeah, it might make you might end up feeling guilty for feeling the wrong thing because you don't trust your feelings, and everything seems fine. Yeah, which again seems like that thing about like getting your physical needs taken care of, but yeah. Yeah, parental rejection of course leads to a lack of confidence and the assumption that no one will care, which leads to stifling yourself and intense loneliness. Yep. Hate is fundamental and is one of the most fickle driving forces. If you use it as the only fuel in your life, you will be left wrung and dry like your body is an aluminum mech, with hate being a highly efficient but corrosive fuel that causes the degradation of the machine once you stop using it. Oh. Yeah, like... Yeah, I mean, the definition of hate here is like not... Well, it's not a definition. It's just like hate in this context. But yeah, if you use that as like a driving force for your life, that's true. Like it's gonna destroy you because like it's not something that's fulfilling. Like spite can be a cool driving force, but like if it's like the one thing that drives you, it's caustic, you know? It gums up your systems. Speaking from personal experience, yeah. Kind of like, yeah, I guess any kind of like negative emotion is not a sustainable driving force for your actions and behavior and everything. Because like, yeah, just like shame, for example, like that stuff is gonna make you push yourself, but you just don't get any like relief at any time. And it's always gonna be like, I guess even with hatred, like your motivation is still like predicated on people outside of you and not really on like fulfilling your actual emotional needs. Yeah. The anger in your heart warms you now, but will leave you cold in your grave. Ooh. Oh, that is awesome. I like that. Hang on, I'm gonna copy that. Frickin', I need to get some order into this frickin'. It's not funny phrases. Ain't homunculus anything homunculus? That's great. That's great to you. Quotes of wisdom here. Wait, no, this is like not that. Hang on, mental health. That's oh here, right up here. There we are. There's a whole Google Doc for quotes like this? Ooh. That might be interesting to go through. Where were we? Not up to there. Here we are. Okay. Oh, Zavi, hello. I don't mean it breaks you while losing. I mean that if you purge the hate without having a new source, the vacuum of emotion will choke you as you gravitate towards the emptiness as baseline. Oh. I guess that's also true, yeah. I mean... yeah. I would say that's an additional danger. Like, I think it probably, what I said is probably also still right, but yeah. If, like, you're used to just having, like, negativity as a driving force, then, yeah, it's gonna be hard to, if you don't have anything good to replace it with already. Okay. Hola! Okay. Recognizing emotionally immature parents. They overreact to minor things, express little empathy or emotional awareness, they are uncomfortable with closeness and feelings, are irritated by differing points of views, use their child as a confidant, it's a one-way relationship, they are inconsiderate of others' feelings, they have little attention or sympathy except when the child is sick. Like, that's what I said, like sometimes they use like the child being sick as an excuse to be allowed to take care of the child. to pamper them a little bit. And yeah, that can also facilitate the development of psychosomatic conditions where, you know, your body feels like this secondary benefit to being sick. So it's like, oh yeah, if I'm sick, you know, I don't have to work, so it's less stress, and you know, I get to relax a little bit, and you know, it might lead to your body being like, okay, well, technically these germs are gone, but you know, I still feel so woozy. Oh dear, stuff like that. Put the link in the server for later. Thank you. They're inconsistent between wise and unreasonable. Like, yeah, depending on the situation. They're not helpful and often get angry or sarcastic. If the kid is upset, the conversations always focus on them. They get defensive even in polite disagreements. They didn't care for your successes. They didn't care for facts or logic. Don't look at their own role in problems, and tend towards black and white thinking. Personality pattern versus temporary emotional regression. Yeah. Anyone can briefly lose control under certain circumstances, but it's a pattern if it's automatic and you're not aware and don't reflect on it. Yeah, sometimes, like, a lot of people report that when they meet with old family, they kind of revert to, like, their childhood roles and stuff like that. Or, you know, just, you might, if something really gets to you, like really triggers a nerve and stuff, like, you might react in a more emotional way than you otherwise would about most things. And stuff like that can happen. But yeah, it tends to be like a real personality pattern for these kinds of parents. I was feeling really bad about the way I looked today, especially since someone compared me to a character I don't know what it looked like, but then I tuned into the Teiyu program and suddenly felt okay. Aw. But I forgot to buy a thing at the store earlier, man. I went to the city on my bike today to buy a specific thing. And then, you know, in addition to the thing, I wrote down like a couple of other things, you know? And I was basically like, okay, I need stuff for the hands, stuff for the feet, and stuff for the sleeps. Which, by the way, I also forgot. The whole sleep thing is also something I forgot. I just realized. And yeah, I forgot the main thing that I came there for. Hi there, Deedly-doo. How are you doing? Hang on. Give me a moment to clear my throat. ADHD shit confirmed, for real, for real. I know, right? So, emotional maturity. Just a little sigh, because, like, There's a lot of repetition in this thing. It's all good. It's all good. Emotional maturity means someone can think objectively without losing emotional connection. Can think objectively without losing emotional connection. Right. Like, you don't just turn into a robot who is like, there's no rational reason to be unhappy right now. But, you know, you can still think about, like, emotions, and you can still be like, okay, I understand why you would be upset about this. I understand that this is like a, you know, a sore spot for you. So even though it seems like not a big deal to me, I didn't consider that it would be a big deal to you, you know, that kind of thing. I can... yeah. They pursue their needs and wants without exploiting others. Still looking for like a reason why like this kind of, you know, not exploiting others is necessarily a part of emotional maturity. I guess you could argue like even if you're like a sociopath, we've had that subject before, like you can recognize that treating others right still is a good thing in the long run. Like it's about respect, I guess. I guess what they're positing is that emotional maturity comes with a respect for emotions. Pro-social, yes. Yes, okay. I'm gonna accept that. Respect for emotions and their value and stuff. Yeah, they can build a life of their own because, you know, they're secure enough in themselves. They're not enmeshed in family. Wait, did we do enmeshment before? Ah, right, yeah, that comes up. I think that comes up like once we're done with frickin'. Why is it so much? Okay. They're comfortable with and honest about their own feelings. Get along well with others because they have empathy, impulse control, and emotional intelligence? EQ? Yeah, sure. They're interested in sharing inner lives with others. They have healthy communication, conflict resolution skills. Stress coping in a realistic, forward-looking way, professing feelings, can control emotions if need be, can anticipate future and adapt to reality. Yeah, we're gonna get back to this future and reality thing. They use empathy and humor to ease difficult situations and can be objective, including known weaknesses. Including knowing their own weaknesses. And some more personality traits associated with them are, emotional immaturity. Personality traits associated with emotional immaturity are being rigid and single-minded. Yeah, black and white thinking. They struggle with complexity, especially large issues with emotional baggage. They deal with it by simplifying things and refusing to budge once their mind is made up. I have to ride the bike to the city, yes, as well to get things, and since I'd really like to have that thing today if possible, I think I'm gonna go and get it real quick. Okay. Of course, you don't have to ask me for permission. You're not my employee. I'm not paying you for this. They have low stress tolerance, guilty as charged. Yeah, their responses to stress are reactive and stereotyped. Again, I keep forgetting what this stuff means. Stereotyped reactions. I think we're gonna see that word again. Like we're gonna see what that means. Probably. Yeah. Let's hope so. They try to use coping mechanisms to distort reality rather than assessing the situation and anticipating the future. I think it refers to stereotypy, which is a form of repetition, if I recall correctly. Right. So, basically like a learned reaction? A learned reaction to stress? Yeah. Right. I guess, yeah. I see. So it's like not necessarily... It's not really appropriate to the situation itself, but it's just like, this is the thing that I developed in order to cope with stress, and I'm gonna do this because that's all I know. So, my child is struggling with bullying. I guess I'm gonna go ahead and gamble or something, you know, something like that. Yeah. They have a hard time calming down, expect others to soothe them by submitting to their own will, and often seek comfort in self-medication. They are self-referential, not self-reflective. Oh, right. Yeah, they like to talk about themselves, mostly by virtue of not really liking to talk about other people. But don't really, you know, reflect on themselves. I learned stereotypy from autism, since those behaviors like rocking and vocalizations were referred to as stereotype behaviors. Oh. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Well, it's not like stereotypy is necessarily like a bad thing or anything. Right, then I shall unapologetically do the thing. Good. Yeah, I'll see you then. They gotta be the center of attention in a conversation. They don't like listening to others. They don't consider their role in a problem. Yeah, I didn't mean to hurt you, so I can't be blamed. Yeah, dismissing their impact on others. Right. Role reversal, where children care for them instead. Yeah, that's a common thing apparently. Have low empathy, and yeah, they have low empathy but are emotionally sensitive. So, out of touch with their own feelings, blind to how they make others feel. So they can be very strongly reactive, but can't really connect to others in the way where it makes them understand how they make others feel. So why are there so many emotionally immature parents? Because their own parents didn't know any better. Children being humans is like new tech or whatever. They just knew physical care and discipline. God. I was watching the Click video on like the good old days, you know? And there was like this ad for like some treatment for flatulence, where it was like, the solution to your child breaking wind might actually not be spanking. It's like, no shit. You don't say. You imagine, like, that seems really counterproductive. Like, you just keep spanking and you just get like, you just push out all the extra farts that were still in there. And then you're like, you're rebelling, are you? Firing back. Anyway, deeper effects of being emotionally shut down are... So yeah, these are effects on the child. Emotional inconsistency and contradiction. Couldn't develop a sense of self naturally due to restrictions, ended up without a well-integrated sense of self, more of an amalgamation of borrowed parts, which makes them unpredictable and the children feel uncertain. Okay, this is more kind of about specifically how their own parents' behavior shaped these emotionally immature parents that have shaped you. Right. Kind of. A well-integrated sense of self. So like, I guess well-integrated means like every part fits together. Like, it's well considered and consistent. And without being able to develop naturally. Yeah, I guess the idea is that you would just kind of keep adopting roles for all sorts of different situations. And then, you know, keep switching between them. Just kind of depending on, like, you know, your whims. And yeah. Intermittent reward situations. Their parents will sometimes be loving, which can lead to an exceedingly strong bond where the child desperately clings to their parent. Like an emotional Skinner box. Yeah, and that also makes the child feel all the more responsible for mood shifts. Yeah, this is, I think that's called like an insecure attachment style? I'm not sure about that one. Well, like, no, wait, hang on. Now I need to look this up. Attachment styles. Show me attachment styles. Which window do I use? There we go. Attachment styles. Attachment theory. Come on, show me the different ones. Anxious ambivalent attachment. Dismissive avoidant attachment. Disorganized disoriented attachment. And oh my god. Help. Wikipedia, you're too much. I can't just skim over you. Hang on. Okay, here we go. Medium.com. Secure is confident, reciprocal, non-reactive, and resilient. Anxious occupied is emotional hunger, fantasy bond, lack of nurturing, turbulence. Dismissive avoidant is isolation, ambiguity, and ambivalence, emotionally distant. Fearful avoidant is internal conflict, dramatic, unpredictable ambivalence. Okay, I don't know. I don't know. We need to make progress. We need to make progress here. The point is, yeah. If you sometimes got love, but just inconsistently, you might end up being really anxious to keep getting it. The intermittent reward thing reminds me of the gambling addictions. Yeah, exactly. That's why emotional Skinner box is something that I noted down here. Because if you're sure things will go well for you whenever you try, you learn that you only have to seek it when you need it. Whereas if something is only sometimes, you keep on seeking it all the time. What's a Skinner box? That's exactly what you just described. It's like that's something that they found in experiments with rats, where if the rats had a button that could just like always deliver food, they would just press it when they were hungry. But if it's just sometimes delivered food, then they kept pressing it because, like, who knows when it ended, you know? Maybe at some point it'll stop. And what then, you know? Burrus Frederick Skinner had the box once. Burrus? What is that? What kind of a name is that? Okay, so, deeper effects of being emotionally shut down, right. Strong defense mechanisms take place of the self. Some emotions are forbidden, so instincts and self-development are suppressed. Sometimes children feel like there's a real self underneath there, but nope, it's all real, and there's some uncomfortable parallels there with I could fix them and such. Yeah, I think that's... yeah. That's where them daddy issues and stuff come from. I was a rat once that put me in a box, a Skinner box with levers, and levers make me food. But only sometimes. Yeah. Yeah. But please do tell if like you have any questions about any of this. I'm gonna try to speed up so we can actually make some progress. Incomplete development leads to emotional limitations. Yeah, fear of feelings. They avoiding dangerous intimacy by sticking to a well-known life script. Their children often develop fear that crying won't stop on its own because it's always been stopped by someone else and they don't know the natural flow of emotions. Huh. Not something I'm familiar with, but maybe it rings a bell for someone else. Focus on physical versus emotional needs, right? We already had that. Yeah. Oh yeah. Already had that. They tend to be killjoys. That thing, is this a particularly American thing? Look deeper into the Moon Channel thing, right? Yeah. I was reminded of, like, you know, Moon Channel had this really awesome video on, like, what it means. Wait, what was it? I think it was about, like, satanic panics and that sort of thing, which were less about being, like, satanic, but being, like, anti-American or something, because, like, American culture has, like, this deeply ingrained, like, religious, specifically, what was it? Specifically Calvinist, I think it was, like, underpinning about, like, having to prove that you're, like, one of the good ones by working hard and, you know, making yourself worthy and stuff like that. And, yeah. So that's how you get, like, that's how the theory goes. That's how you get, like, all these helicopter moms, soccer moms, I think it was, where, like, they get, like, really, drain all the fun out of the game, make it all about, like, their child winning, because, like, their child has to be a winner, because, like, if they're a winner, that means they're among, you know, then that means, like, even if subconsciously it feels like that means that they are one of the good ones, one of the ones who are going to go to heaven and be blessed, stuff like that, you know? Being American means being a certain type of religion. Does it? I'm not sure it does, but, like, you know, just culturally, like, these things kind of, like, really seep their way into a lot of facets of life. Like, it's just kind of this undercurrent of, like, you have to show results, you have to prove that you are, like, you know, worthy, that you are great and deserving. Culture, I mean, it's utterly baked into everything. Yeah, culturally. They have intense but shallow emotions. Right, yeah, that was something that I didn't quite get. Maybe it'll be expounded upon again later. Like, how emotions can be intense but shallow. Like, emotions are just emotions, aren't they? I'm not sure I understand. Our morals, our ethics, our legal system is the root of a lot of stuff. They don't experience mixed emotions. Blending contradictory emotions implies grasp of the complexity of life, and black and white thinking is much more comfortable. Because it means you can clearly delineate people. You can clearly say, like, this is the good guys and this is the bad guys. And this is the good thing, this is the bad thing. And it makes it all really nice and simple to work with. Differences in quality of thought. They struggle with conceptual thinking. As soon as a subject has emotional baggage, they fall back into black and white thinking. I was just kind of suddenly reminded of, like, my a former best friend of mine who like, he had this kind of, like, you know, nothing is sacred, everything, like, you know, humor is good if it, like, if it breaks boundaries and, like, you know, that kind of thing, you know, he was basically anti-PC, you know, that kind of thing. But, like, when I showed him, like, a video that's kind of making fun of chess, he was like, nah, not funny, no. Chess is in fact sacred, you know, because he found it to be, like, something that, you know, is something. He thought very highly of his intelligence, and chess was, like, just part of that, as part of his identity, you know. So, like, nope, not that. You can make fun of everything. That is the mark of humor, but not that. No. Edginess is typically about punching down. Yeah. Prone to literal thinking, shallow conversations about just stuff. Yeah. Oh man, we talked a lot about our... Yeah, oh man, I just remembered, yeah. This, I think we had this stream, like, just around the time that my dear replacement grandpa fell sick, and then he died. But, yeah. And that's why it's taken a while to get back into this. But yeah, he kind of had this, like, just, you know, talking for a long time about just stuff that happened. And I was like, yep, okay, cool, Replacement grandpa, yeah. Like, I never met my maternal grandpa, and my paternal grandpa, he also died a while ago, and I was never close to him at all. And then, you know, my mom married a new guy, and he had a father, and, you know, I liked him better than any other ones I had before. You know, the one. the one who was very distant and stuff. So, yeah. And like a step-grandpa, yeah. Aurelian, hi. I'm pretty alright, yeah. I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to snooze this ad. And then we're gonna finish these notes. We're gonna finish these notes real quick, and then we're gonna have a 5-minute break. Intellectualizing obsessively. They might be obsessed with a subject, but don't apply that ability of self-reflection or emotional sensitivity towards others. The hobby that distracts them from emotional intimacy. They discuss the subject at length, but don't engage the other person. Oh. That sounds also very neurodivergent, to be honest. Also. So, yeah, not necessarily a sign of this. He doesn't need to be blood related to be a real grandpa, yeah. Yeah. How it feels to have a relationship with an emotionally immature parent. The conversation is difficult or impossible. They provoke anger, which is a normal response to abandonment. If repressed out of fear of repercussion, it can be internalized, leading to self-hatred, etc. Just anger against the self. That's an interesting thing. Like, that could... warrants further looking into why does anger turn inward if repressed? Like, does it just go wherever it can? Is it just like path of least resistance or something? I mean, that is kind of a law of the world, isn't it? So maybe, who knows? It's interesting to look into. Also passive-aggressive expression of anger, trying to defeat parent/authority figures through stuff like forgetting, lying, delaying, avoiding. Right, yeah, that's... that's something therapists will often... Sometimes, like, some therapists are gonna be like, oh, maybe you were just really forgetful about the stuff because you were using it as a way to get back at your parents or something. And it's like, well, I'm sure. I don't know. My therapist has an answer to that, but I forgot. Well, darn. Emotional contagion. Basically, they make their negative emotions everyone else's problem. Yeah, like a baby. Yeah, I'm sad, so I'm just gonna act miserable really loudly and make everyone else miserable. They don't do emotional work, i.e. the work of taking into account and dealing with other people's emotions. They often, yeah, they tend to be brutally honest assholes, but don't feel they don't feel responsible for others' feelings, especially if they didn't explicitly spell them out. Yeah. They are hard to give to. They want to be cared for, but Yeah, genuine concern stresses them out because it's a genuine attempt at connection. They reflexively pull people in, then push them away. They expect others to read their minds. We had a whole cool thing about like mind reading. Don't remember what it was, but I think it was clipped. So, note to self. They resist repairing relationships because, like, the other person is obviously at fault. They have unrealistic ideas of forgiveness when other person makes a repair attempt. They expect things to just go back to how they were, as if processing stuff didn't take time and as if actions didn't have lasting consequences. They just want to be like, well, I said I'm sorry, so well, why are you being so immature and just still holding on to it? I said sorry. It's a magic word. So... I cast spell of sorry. Yes. They demand mirroring. Mature parents mirror emotions of their child, aiding the child's emotional development. Emotionally immature parents tend to expect the child to mirror them. They want them to act the way they want. The self-esteem rides on things going their way, but a child cannot mirror an adult. Yeah. They have the fantasy about their babies making them feel good about themselves, like some kind of, you're special because you gave birth to me, you absolute god or something. And then the child ends up being the reason, being a person with their own needs, and it's like, what? Why? Yeah. Yeah. Their self-worth rides on compliance. If the child doesn't do what they're supposed to, the parent feels anxious about their quality as a parent. They blame the child for upsetting them, stuff like, well, I guess I'm so horrible then, to shut down the conversation. And roles are sacred. Role entitlement, I'm a parent, so I deserve thing, and role coercion, you are a child, and thus you must do thing. Yep. Okay. Be right back for 5 minutes. I'll see you then. And then we shall move on to new stuff. Woohoo! Oh, wait. Wheel and, Teiyu clip show, there we are. So, wait, this, oops. Nope, not this. This. Okay. You go down here. Okay. Hang on. Is this? Okay, there you are. Either you take a break or you're shopping for a boppin'. Aw, shit, I wouldn't want to be shopping for a boppin'. If I wanted to shop for a bop, I would go on Amazon. Because then I could tell them to just give it to my neighbor. I stuttered a little bit, but I think I'm relatively proud of that one. Kind of lost the metaphor there, yeah. Looming over your shoulder. I'm still there. You know you have to do me eventually. Don't take that out of context, please. Not for any other reasons. God damn it. Shut up. God damn it. Shiny, what's her name? God damn it! I'm just... Hey, zin. Let me give shout out to Aizen.
All of us are the cringiest of users, and I couldn't be more proud. Less than 3.
My penis is harder than that.
It's always like every single time it's like, why are these words coming out of that model?
Boo 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 stream. Boo 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 stream. Don't mind me. Just Teiyu noises.
The German TTS was a mistake. I'm taking psychic damage every single time. It's like there's two creatures inside me right now. Don't make it weird, please. Let's see what's going on here. My hungry ass could not be trusted around carpet. I eated it all. Oh dear. That's what she said, by the way. I don't know. Fence and wall, stop. Okay. Ow! You know, like carpet matching the drapes, and you know, like, you know.
Have you ever heard of voices? I've got one. And you too can have one for the low, low price of, vocal cords and lungs. And, some other mechanical stuff. I don't know how it works, but it does work. Haha.
What? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I have no idea what it just did. I'm just, hang on. I need a pee break. But I was just talking about poo-poo. Pro players, but with a try-hard attitude. Man, that actually does seem really horrible. You know, like, if they're just like kids with a try-hard attitude, you can be like, yeah, they're just little kids, but then if they actually beat you and they're still like, yeah, look at me, I beat you, it's like, well, fuck you. Well, Noble Bunny, hi there. Man, I missed you. We have arrived. It is now that we perform our charge in fealty to the God Emperor, our undying lord, and by the grace of the... Let me count those zeros. Hang on. Oh my god. Noble Bunny, what the f— Hello. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you. Okay. Let's go. So. Emotional enmeshment. We foreshadowed that earlier. An intense relationship between two emotionally immature people, parent and child in this case, who seek identity and completion through an intense dependent relationship through which they create a sense of certainty and predictability through the roles given to each of them. So, yeah. Hang on. Guess I'll just copy that, huh? Enmeshment. No, hang on. I'm gonna put it into my own words, because putting things into your own words takes more effort, and the fact that it takes more effort makes it stick in your mind more. So, basically a sort of codependent relationship. Where where the participants need each other to feel complete as their given roles. Provide a sense of certainty. This seems to be the kind of thing where, like, this is something that comes up with, like, the click videos sometimes when it's like about, you know, r slash crazy parents, insane parents and stuff. Like emotional incest. What a term. Like there's literally some moms who are like, oh, I can't believe this, like my son is like, you know, I can't believe my son is actually taking out his girlfriend for Valentine's Day instead of me and stuff like that, you know? Because like this relationship with their child was like basically what made their identity. They need this kid to be there and be their child, because otherwise, like, what is left of them if they aren't the mom who's always there? And like, if the child like starts being more independent, is like, what is my life now? You know? So yeah. Favoritism. A parent might clearly favor a less dependent and emotionally mature child that they can make dependent on themselves, while a more independent child will receive less attention, which can actually be beneficial to the less favored child as they get more space to grow outside of a respective role. Favoritism. Parent might favor a more dependent, malleable child and leave a more independent child to fend for themselves, which can actually provide the more neglected child with more freedom to develop emotionally. So, hey, neat. Finding substitute family members. This is a controversial one. They might also act out that need for enmeshment with people outside their family, with church or other such communities and organizations. I mean, hang on. I don't know. I'll note it down. Finding substitute family members to enmesh with. Yeah. Okay, another thing that was foreshadowed: emotionally immature parents have an inconsistent sense of time. Inconsistent sense of time. So, they tend to, when it comes to emotional matters, regress to a sort of infantile mindset where they just exist in a sort of perpetual now, and moments in the past and in a projected future just kind of float in a disconnected void. I'm gonna frickin' abandon the voice redeem. Like, everyone asks me to do impressions of people I don't know. Hi there, Slip. Hang on. Jojo, I mean, yeah. But like, which Jojo? There's more than one Jojo. There's more Jojo than just a Jojo. Wee wee woo. Hang on. Thanks, Golan. The one with the head. The Jotaro, yes. Hang on. Ah! Jotaro Kujo. Voice.
俺はやると言ったらやる男だぜ。いや、
いや、
楽しみの笑いさ。
楽しみよ。おらおらおら。おら。
俺が裁く。やっつけてやるぜ。
やっつけてやるぜ。
成長したな。
成長したんだ。Okay. Slip and Golin. I will now sing with his voice. Somehow. We'll see. The 2-minute timer starts now. Golin, thank you for the hat pat. I guess that by wasting 1,000 points on making Teiyu do voice he doesn't know, you really slipped up. Yes. Yes, you did. Yada yada does it. I'd love. Wait, I'm supposed to sing. Hang on, let's redo that. Can I redo that? Yes. I guess that by wasting 1,000 points on making Teiyu do a voice, he doesn't know you really slipped up. Yada yada does it. I can't beat the shit out of you without coming closer, but in Japanese. Yatsuketa. There's a part of me that wonders if workout redeems will be so long forgotten people would think I'm actually your PTRRL. That is a very weird concept. You know, you might have a point there. But, well, we'll see about that. Maybe for the upcoming Donathon, which is in about 2 weeks, we will reinstate the workout redeem so that I might not turn into a couch potato. It's already happened, but now I know. So thank you for telling me. Well, butts. Okay, so now these emotionally mature parents, they have an inconsistent sense of time. Golin. They tend to, when it comes to emotional matters, regress to a thing. In the perpetual now to I can't do this. Yada yada does it. Anyway, hi. Yeah. Okay, so. Regressor infertile existence sort of and a projected future just kind of float and is going to avoid. This leads to behavior that seems emotional and manipulative, just doing whatever feels best in the moment with no regard for long-term consequences. Act inconsistently, lack of accountability, self-reflection, and a care for future consequences. Huh. Inconsistent sense of time. Wow, that is a bold claim they're making here. Basically kinda living in a dream instinctively. With no... With no strong connection to past events. And no real consideration for a projected future. Can lead to behavior that seems manipulative because They just do whatever feels best in a moment. Lack consistency, accountability, and stuff. Determining your parent's type of emotionally immature parenting is a link you can do for yourself. Okay, there's different types. Types of EIP. Types of emotionally immature parents. Emotional parent is preoccupied with their own needs. Low empathy, enmeshed, not respecting boundaries. No reciprocal no reciprocal communication. Talks about self. Not self-reflective. Poor relationship repair skills. Hang on, do we have these? Do we have this stuff available online still? Hang on. Let's see. Let's turn this off for a moment and see. Adult parents, for parents. What was it? Resources? Accessories. Book accessories on, what was it? On New Harbinger? Secure connection, yes. By now. Log in for thing. Exercises. Sign in with a free account. I don't want to though. Have you considered that I don't want to? Well darn. I guess, yeah, I guess I'm not gonna be doing that. Okay, well darn. Okay, unfortunate. Well, if you're into the idea of doing that, welcome back. Howdy, hey, Banana Ben. How are you doing? Howdy, hey, Banana Ben. That's a real flow to it, doesn't it? Okay, let's bring back the thing. Okay. Okay. Poor relationship repair skills. They are reactive, not thoughtful. Either too close or too distant. Blows up or cuts others off. Frightening or intimidating emotional intensity. Expects their child to provide soothing, not considering the child's needs. Likes to pretend they don't run the show. sees themselves as the victim. Next up. Cuteness really revolves around young a little bit. Huh? You need more quality. There we are. Better quality. Okay. The driven parent. Preoccupied with own needs. Own needs, low empathy, enmeshed. A lot of these repeat. Defensively non-intimate. No reciprocal communication. No self-reflection. Or repair skills. Do chime in with any of your own anecdotes and whatnot, or questions, if you do have any. By all means. I'm not sure if this is useful the way what I'm doing right now. Like, this is just, I'm just copying what's already there. So, I don't know. Let's just. If I were to chime in with my own anecdotes, that'd just be trauma dumping. Fair enough. But I mean, a little bit of trauma dumping is fine, you know. But you know, just. I'll leave it up to you if it's like useful, if you want to do it, if you think it would be useful to the discussion. No, it's just like, nah, you know, you don't have to. Okay. Yeah, I'll visible. It's just a list, bro. Okay. If I think of anything specific that adds to the discussion without being too painful to read, I'll send it. Okay. Oh, hi there, Moa. Hello, hello. This is that book that I have to pick up again. Yeah. That's a very useful book. Okay, so driven parent. The driven parent, what really sets them apart is they have rigid values and perfectionistic expectations.
Hello.
Hi the 15 spoons. Hello, hello. They're goal-obsessed and busy with machine-like tunnel vision. See child as a reflection, not considering the child's actual need. Likes running the show, and sees themselves as the fixer. Okay. Here's what we do. So the emotional parent basically child-like basically childlike dramatic. And the driven parent basically has a strong idea of how everything is supposed to be and likes to enforce that. The passive parent, preoccupied, limited empathy. Ooh. Passive parent, limited. Ooh. Empathy. Enmesh sporadically. And sporadically. Intimate. Engages only minimally in reciprocal communication, mostly self-centered. Not self-reflected, limited relationship repair skills. Same with repair and reciprocation. Ari, hello there. Welcome in. How you doing? Thoughtful on occasion, too close or too distant, can be kindly and fun but not protective. Laissez-faire attitude, that all is well, affectionate but not protective. Like someone else to run the show or be the bad guy, sees themselves as mellow and good-natured. Yeah. Basically, just thought I'd say hi. Germans are so around the internet, are they? Hallo. Guten Tag. Basically, hoffe dir geht's gut, ja. Ja, ja. Das geht. Basically don't, what was it? Basically they don't, see them, they don't like responsibility. Want to just chill and act like everything's gonna be fine. Rejecting parent. Preoccupied with our needs, shows no empathy, impenetrable boundaries. Impenetrable boundaries. Seems disconnected and hostile. Low communication. Reactive, attacking and demeaning. Ignores the child, can be rageful towards them, often rejecting angry, sees the child as a bother and doesn't want to get near them. Basically, what it says on the tin. The child is a nuisance and they hate having to take care of them. Well. Anything more? Likes to mock and dismiss, sees themselves as independent from others. Sure. And here's a little bit more. Anything more than that? No? Okay. Okay, now we're getting into entirely new territory. Healing fantasy. Healing fantasy. Doesn't like responsibility, likes to sit back and be like everything's probably gonna be fine. Teiyu, could you stop reading my bio to me? I mean, to be fair, it's the least bad out of all the types. I mean, that kind of type of emotionally immature parent, like that tends to pop up more when, like, you know, when like one parent is really toxic, really hurtful, and like the other person is like, the other parent is like this, and they're just like, you know, and they just don't do anything to stop the other parent. Sorry. Sorry. I mean, we all have like a little bit of this stuff, right? This is a little bit, at least. And, you know, that doesn't mean like you're doomed to be like, you know, a bad parent or a bad person or whatever. It just means like, yeah, I might have like picked up some bad coping skills, might have like some ways in which I can grow, you know? Semi-related to healing fantasy, but I live my life in in anticipation / waiting of a time where I will be mostly cured of my neurological and physical problems and be able to live as I should. God, I hadn't even considered that there's like healing fantasies outside of this whole thing. Like, I only considered this in the context of, like, you know, what we're gonna be getting into about, like, you know, healing fantasies regarding, like, you know, maybe if I act like this, then my you know, dad will be proud of me, or that kind of thing, you know. But yeah, I wonder, huh, is this something that applies to all parts of life? And if so, is it caused by this? I mean, I'm sure this is, like, you know, not exclusive to people who grew up with parents like this. But, might be worth thinking about. My one redeeming quality is that I'm not a parent. Rev, no. Rev, you're beautiful. My dude. I love you, man. I'm so glad to have you here. Because, like, you have all these nice qualities. So, yeah. We all have, like, stuff to work on. But don't worry about it. Sorry, hang on. Gotta clear my throat again. Okay. The main source is, this is why I'm not getting into a relationship until I've learned to take care of myself first / my mental situation. Toxic parents are the next step up from toxic relationships. Yeah. That's a very wise decision. I mean, you know, obviously you can, like, you know, you can try getting into relationships a bit, like, you know, but, you know, growing up with, like, this lack of emotional intimacy, this need to have this, you know, this unfulfilled need can really make you get easily into, like, some really toxic relationships and, like, get into them with, like, way too much fervor, you know, with way too much enthusiasm, and then you kind of cling to it and stuff. So yeah. Yeah. I think you might find some really helpful stuff then in this book. Let's hope we can make it, like, decently far. The main source of my trauma probably fits into the driven parent, but also tried to give me comfort sometimes, even when I was crying because of her, which hella gaslit me into thinking she loved me, and her husband was the passive type. Yeah. That tends to be the thing. That the father is the passive one, apparently. Which might be a thing because of, like, you know, just culturally, they tend to be less expected to take care of the child. So they feel more free to just be like, you know, the fun uncle, despite not being the uncle, you know? And yeah. Even when I was crying because of her, yeah, she probably couldn't really conceptualize that, like, what she was doing could possibly be a bad thing. You know, there's a lot of parents who, you know, wait, did I not even have this here? Yeah. That clip is that timestamp is an example of a parent carrying forward that trauma. You know what, let's copy that URL. And oops, that is not what I meant. I meant this.
weirdly intense. That's what makes life beautiful when you finally find the tiny exceptions. I mean, I suppose if you're like purposefully making your child whiff their homework, I guess, yeah, they will really grow up believing that they're all on their own. What a good thing to teach your kid.
Oh. Okay, yeah. This should be the same
Most people
sim.
just want to see you fail. Life is full of disappointments. I mean, yeah, some people want to see you fail. Some people are just toxic and nasty. Most people don't care about you. It's really that simple. They're just completely neutral to your experience most of the time. So, this is weirdly intense. That's what makes life beautiful when you finally find the tiny exceptions. I mean, I suppose if you're like purposefully making your child whiff their homework, I guess, yeah, they will really grow up believing that they're all on their own.
That was also not the beginning of this. Damn, sorry about this. Yeah, that's what it was. My kid packed his project last night and forgot to bring it to school this morning. I saw it as we left the house, and it pains me not to remind him. That bitterness as he walked to his classroom was horrible for me to watch, but necessary for him to grow up. So, like, you know, he really just neglected helping his child just to make the child, like, you know, learn that life is unfair. It's like, bro, the child will still like learn that life can be hard. Life can be plenty hard without you adding to it. But it's important for the child to also learn that, like, someone's got their back, and, like, you know, there are some people they can, like, trust and rely on, because, like, that's what being human is about. It's about relying on others. Anyway. Okay, it takes time to heal, but if you're doing your best, you will. What? Maybe if I keep working hard on my mental health, then my well-being will reach a point where I can be functional. Just one more therapy session, bro. Just one more medication, bro. It'll work this time, I swear, dude. I mean, you can, though. Like, I mean, it also, I guess, depends strongly on, like, your expectations, like what functional means to you. Like, you know, if you're, for example, like neurodivergent, there are some things that you'll just have to deal with won't be possible for you the same way it is for others. But, like, you know, you can learn to be just happy, you know, and do the best with what you have. I promise it's not a one more lame type of situation. You can heal. 99% of mental health care grinders quit right before getting to the point of well-being. Real. I actually think my problem is that I'm too focused on the idea that I can heal rather than living with what I have now. I mean, I guess there's something to that. Like, you know, I think the thing is more about, like, well, okay, there is something to be said for, like, you know, being grateful for what you have, but also, like, just what I want to get at is just, you know, you have to learn, like, what you can influence, what you can actually change, and what is just something that you'll have to learn to live with and make the best out of. You're trying your best with what you have. Being focused on healing is not a bad thing. You're focusing on multiple things. That's also true, yeah. You can focus on multiple things at once. I like the stuff directly under the click heading. Liking Tombos is gay, yeah. If I ever had a kid, I would get enraged at it for every movement and noise it makes. I would give it worse trauma than I have. Heck, I'd probably get frequent urges to murder it, but in a way, this is a good thing. Because if you hate children that strongly, you're more likely to avoid having them. I guess so. God damn, what is wrong with my voice? Man, this is so annoying. Why post this on Twitter and done? Yeah, these people just can't conceptualize that maybe, you know, maybe their view is kind of like not good. Maybe they aren't the good guys in this situation, or you know, maybe they think like there are no good guys. The world is, life is hell, and I'm, you know, I'm just part of the system, just doing what I have to. Parents should actually provide a loving space for that child to show the child that love is real. The world itself will show them that it can be tough. I just expect to someday not be in pain, even though I have chronic pain, and to be able to have executive function, even though I have severe ADHD. Yeah. Man, frickin'. I really want to get this self-improvement stuff off the ground again with the Discord and stuff. Like, really keep each other accountable. Like, keep like habit trackers, all that stuff. But yeah, man, parents should actually provide a loving space for the child to show the child that love is real. The world itself will show them that it can be tough. Yeah. Also, hi Buggy. Hello. None of my doctors will give me a straight answer on if what I have is incurable or fixable, so it's kind of hard to tell what I can and can't influence. Oh. Hey there. Thank you for the follow. The human urge to believe the self to be infallible. Oh man, that is too real. Man. I mean, anything that is like neurodivergent or anything is not fixable. It's treatable, but not fixable. But like, you know, actually, note to self, like there's this YouTube video that keeps being recommended to me that's like, what was it? Something about living with ADHD without making plans and stuff, without like sticking to a schedule. I need to look into that. Those types of videos, like the click mix about shitty parents and stuff, they're painful for me to watch. I just feel the suffering that the kid experiences and the boiling rage at the ignorance of the parent not knowing that their way is harmful and refusing to admit fault. I don't understand how people can derive entertainment from them. For me, it's like a... well, to be fair, I haven't had, like, the worst upbringing. Like, honestly, yeah, I guess for me it's very different, because, like, for me it's a lot more like, oh yeah, I didn't have it that bad, huh? But, I find it kind of reassuring, because, like, it always comes with, like, you know, the fact that this was posted on, like, the subreddit alone is like, here's people recognizing that this is messed up, and then Click himself is a very caring, cool dude, very intelligent, very well read on this stuff, who also offers like this framing of, like, you know, that this is in the past now, and, you know, there are people who understand, who, you know, who will be there for you. So it really, you know, dampens the impact of, like, the pain, you know? If it's just like, you know, I don't tend to watch, like, for example, his r/facepalm videos, because then it's just like, wow, people really kind of suck and are really dumb and whatnot, and it's like, oh, man. That's not good. But with this kind of stuff, it feels healing to me. It's more like, wow, really, there's stuff like this out there. Man, I'm glad we have people like you talking about this. You know, cool. It's less like entertaining, like, oh wow, those guys certainly are dumb. Like, look at those stupid parents being crazy. Is more like, wow, that's wild. You know? I wonder how much stuff on r/facepalm is rage bait. Yeah, that's also another thing. I'd like to be able to derive entertainment from weed right about now, but I don't know, and I don't know why. All right. You do what you need to. All right. Where the heck were we? Healing fantasy, right? Oh man, this feels like forever ago. Healing fantasy. So, basically, basically the idea is, as far as I remember it, I don't know if it's gonna get explained further later on. You know, the idea is that when you have like these emotionally distant parents who don't fulfill your emotional needs, it's gonna be like, you're gonna develop this fantasy of like, maybe under these conditions, like, I can receive their love. Maybe I just need to be better. Maybe I just need to act like this. Stuff like that, you know? And, And yeah, apparently it can also be a more universal life thing, like, so healing fantasy might be defined by you thinking very often that, like, I wish other people were more something something. Why is it so hard for people to something something? For a change, I would love for someone to treat me like something something. Maybe one of these days I'll find someone who will something something. In an ideal world with good people, other people would something something. And yeah, and because of that healing fantasy, because of that, like, you know, maybe if I do this, this wish will come true. You develop this role self where it's like, I try hard to be something something. The main reason people like me is because I something something. Other people don't appreciate how much I something. I always have to be the one who's something, and I've tried to be the kind of person who's something. Description to think, see. Use the words and ideas from these responses to write 2 short descriptions which will reveal your secret ideas of how others need to change in order for you to feel loved and appreciated, and how you think you must act to receive that love. That's me, I'm very underappreciated for real. Real though. Fun fact, do you remember when the Clicks channel got banned that one time a few years ago because someone reported him? Well, I know the guy who reported him. He wasn't trying to get him banned, he was just trying to get the nudity taken out of the thumbnail. We're right. Oh, we're getting some deep lore here. I'll do what I need to, which is not weed. Good. In an ideal world, other people would ponder their orbs instead of casting spells on each other. Man, you're so real for that, honestly. What is there more? Oh yeah, there's more. And write a short summary of how it's been like to try getting others to change and how it has felt to play the role self you described. Okay, and that was everything. So, that's a thing. Yeah. I can really recommend trying this. Just writing out like, I wish other people were more like this, why is it so hard for people to do this, etc. You know, how you wish other people would change. And, yeah. And how you have been acting. I try hard to be the main reason people like me because other people don't appreciate how much I, you know. You can really learn a lot about yourself like that, I think. Okay. Next one. Okay. There we are. The main reason people like me is because I'm so funny and hot and silly and clever and quick-witted and attractive and have a nice voice and yeah. By which you mean to say the main reason people like you is because you're so funny. Because... Hang on, no. I'm sorry, I don't want to call you out. I'm gonna call myself out because I'm the same way. The main reason people like me is because I'm very funny. At least that used to be the case. I've gotten really boring over the years, but also now the reason people like me is because I'm very open? Approachable. You know? Approachable. Which I guess makes me cute. Yes, people just want to pinch my cheeks. Isn't that wonderful? Yes. What's up, Rev? Is there any particular reason you're looking at me like that? Aside from the reason that I think I know. Oh, yeah, so, yeah. I think that's probably pretty common. Ah, no. I hear you're open, indeed. I don't got anything planned for after stream, so... Yeah, I'm trying to wink. Here we go. Ah. Okay. Cool stuff. So, yeah, just... We didn't write down a lot for that, but yeah. So... 2 styles of coping with emotionally immature parents. Internalizers and externalizers. That was some misleading rhetoric. I don't get it. Come on. Let me move myself over here. Hello. Hi. What up? Internalizers tend to look inward and try to improve themselves because they seek responsibility for problems within themselves. They're more likely to beat themselves up over things. They may receive more outside support by appealing to nurturing instincts, but also quite likely suffer alone in silence. Indeed. Because it may mislead people into thinking you're actually making plans with me right now or something? I see. Misleading. I feel like most people I know appreciate me for who I am, but basically none of them appreciate me in a romantic way, which is what I crave. And kind of detracts from my feeling of being truly appreciated. It's like a lot of people think I'm pretty cool, but nobody considers me their most important. Oh. A resounding failure. Omenasai. Yes. Externalizers look outward for the source of their problems, tend to not seek self-improvement because they see the responsibility for all their suffering in the unfairness of the rest of the world. Like, you know, like that guy from the Twitch clip earlier. Twitch clip, the click clip earlier. Wait, hang on. Rev. You don't need to apologize for a pun that I didn't get, you silly goober. I just realized. And I don't need to apologize for constantly clearing my throat. I think I'm gonna resign from attempting to revise this nonsense right now. Are you sure about that? Not that I mean nonsense in the bad way. No. It's only the most esteemed nonsense. They may find external help by forcing others to deal with them, but are quite likely to push others away with their impulsive, confrontational behavior. Okay. Let me just bring this over here so I don't have to keep looking over there. My voice trainer told me to stop clearing my throat, and it's hard. It's been part of my stimming for years. You're stimming? Oh dear. That sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, man, I don't know what else to do. I tried to make it more of a cough, so it's not like, you know, just like, you know, so it comes more from like below. Like, that's all I can think of to do. Also, you're supposed to get the gunk out. I don't know. I'm told to just like drink. But isn't that like the wrong pipe? Coughing, yeah. That's what they told me, yeah. So yeah. Drinking is what puts the gunk in there. Well, I don't know. Oh yeah, drink to get the gunk out of the air pipe. I can only tell you what my voice coach told me. Okay. So. Where was I? Right. Children with externalizing styles are more vulnerable to enmeshment with a parent, and a parent might see a child as a welcome excuse to not deal with their own mess, since they are so busy being the strong adult, taking care of... Hello there, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Taking care... you know what, freaking... distraction! I need to be less distracted. Not... Yes. Hang on. There's an ad break. I'm gonna be right back again. Some voice exercises. Yes. And it's... I don't know, all of that disappeared when I started doing drawing on the right side of the brain exercises. And started doing PMR. Because all of those focus your attention away from those thoughts, you know, your thoughts, and into what is actually there, all of your sensory information that you're gathering. And that lets you see the world for what it really is, which is usually not, almost always not as bad as your thoughts make it out to be. Like right now, you're safe. Right now, you're listening to me. Right now, there's nothing to fear. And it'll be okay. You're okay. Multitasking. I hope you are having a good day. Wait, no! 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 You are trying to just appease someone else. Are you trying to look good in the eyes of others, etc.? Like, if you really want to just improve yourself, if it's really like based on just wanting to be your best self and wanting more out of life, stuff like that, you know, and it's like, yeah, that's cool. If it's about like some lack of self-esteem because you think you aren't good enough and you feel like you need to be something else in order to be worth something, then it's like you might wanna look elsewhere for that. You know, you're just gonna end up chasing something that is out of reach and getting frustrated and reinforcing the idea that you aren't worth anything. What is that thing? It looks like a gong. Ugh. Can we? Come on, dude. At least get on.
Mein Gott, Leute. Meine Mama hat mir einfach erlaubt, dass ich Cola trinken darf. Wie cool ist das bitte? Jetzt zocke ich Fortnite und trinke Cola. Yippie! Go, go. Go. Hello. Be great. Ugh. Oh dear. All the rate. All the rate. Hi, Tipa.
She is like... I don't even... I was thinking about this in the shower yesterday, but I can't get it together now. I mean, not in the... hang on. Hang on. I was thinking about, how to shout you out. In the well, not for any other reasons. God damn it. I want to be able to do that. Just stand there and whoom.
Beep boop.
Beep boop.
I'm a robot and I eat batteries instead of normal people food.
That is not correct.
Robots do not consume batteries in the same way people consume food.
Hang on. Hello. Hi. How are y'all doing today? My cute students. Oh, that was a deep cut. Hi there. Thank you. Okay, so. Yeah, Right. Externalizers exist on a spectrum. Extreme ones may be downright sociopathic, using others as resources for themselves, while more mild ones might even look like internalizers. For example, they might be very quiet and passive to avoid being hated by others, but they'll secretly resent them for forcing this passivity on them, even if they only assume that passivity is expected of them. Yeah, that's, also kind of reminiscent of mind reading. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Do y'all get where I'm going with this? A lot of people just kind of think they don't act out against everyone. But class starting, must leave to educate myself. Take care. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, good luck in class. So, yeah. I'm thinking of incels, a lot of them are too meek to actually want to really act up or anything, to act out, to resist all this unfairness that they see in the world, but they do just think the world's unfair and I can't do this, I'm not allowed to do this and this and this, and they just kind of assume that, and because I guess they're used to having to restrict themselves like that, and getting pushback from actual authority figures, and then they feel any little bit of people not being super okay with me, explicitly totally 100% okay with me, is them trying to curtail my freedom of speech or whatever. It's like, you know. Yeah. Okay. Let's see, what can we take in terms of notes here? Internalizers and externalizers. I mean, internalizers, in addition to like what we learned before, self-blame may receive support from others because they're like cute, nurturing instincts kick in and stuff, but they tend to not actually reach out for support. So suffer alone. Externalizers. Blame the world. I'm gonna DM you a thing that's kind of relevant to this topic, but I feel like it would lead to too much silence on stream and wasting viewers' time if you were to read it now due to how don't read or respond to this aloud it is. So I'm gonna just send it and you can reply off your stream. Okay. Noted. Externalizers blame the world, right? We know that. In the world, thus also don't tend to look for self-improvement. Which is also, by the way, why there's not as much space given in this book to externalizers, because it's assumed that most people who are going to be reading this book to actually improve themselves are going to be internalizers, who, you know, try to find blame in themselves and want to self-improve. Funny you bring up incels. I just recently happened to rewatch ContraPoint's video on incels for some reason, mainly because I had watched her current video ad nauseum and scrolled through her uploads for a little throwback, I guess. What have you learned about them? May find help from others through force, basically. Push others away with impulsive, confrontational behavior. May find external help. Right. Children with externalizing style are more vulnerable to enmeshment with a parent, and a parent might see the child as a welcome excuse to not deal with their own mess, since they are so busy being the strong adult taking care of the helpless child acting up. Interesting. I would have assumed that, like, the kind of more meek internalizing child is more vulnerable. But also, I guess, you know, external, like immature, like these kinds of immature parents, like, who aim for enmeshment, tend to also be, like, more externalizing, I guess. Well, not necessarily. But, like, yeah, in that case, like, if they're both internalizers, it will also, like, make it easier for them both to, like, bond over, like, you know, yes, it's us against the world, you know. Pokemon Diamond music, yeah. I got the USDS game for my 16th birthday, and the save file on there was older than me. Holy crap! Oh my god, I'm so old. No. Anyway. with that existential crisis out of the way, more vulnerable to enmeshment.
Good job.
Hi, Takabi. You're not old. Imagine what 50-year-olds would say. Yeah, I know. Every time Click says, like, you know, oh, I'm so old, I'm like, fuck off. He's like 30. You're not old. Of course, everyone who hears me and is like, you know, I'm almost 49, so it's not hard for me to imagine. Fair enough. Hello there. More vulnerable to enmeshment with a parent. Parent, hang on. Why? I need to look more deeply into that. Parent might see the troublesome child as a handy excuse to not deal with their own BS. Can take on the role of the strong adult. Been playing Pokemon since it came to the US. Same-ish, yeah. God. I had to emulate it. I had to emulate it because I didn't have a Game Boy. I've learned from it that insultdom dovetails very neatly into other lines of thinking that involve attributing human traits that have nothing to do with the shape of their skulls to the shape of their skulls? I guess so. Like, all these, like, emotionally immature things have in common that they like to imagine, like, the world is one particular way. And that all leads into all these sorts of ways of thinking that are, like, very clearly defined magical thinking, basically. Like, in a magical world, like, people are actually defined by, like, their ethnicity and the shape of their skulls and whatnot, you know? And in that same magical world, like, maybe, you know, women are actually in control of everything, and men are the most, like, white men are the most, you know, oppressed minority and stuff like that. Except the magic is that there's no hope for you, yeah. I got diamond when it got out here. I think I was 12 or something. Oh, actually, gamers are the most oppressed minority. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that. I guess I am part of the problem. I've been capturing Pokemon on Ultra Moon inside Beast Ball so I can transfer them to Pokemon Scarlet and be fancy. Ooh. Which also requires them to assign a priority to sex and relationships that not everyone shares. Yeah. Because, like, that is the most important thing is the sex and the stuff, right? Because a man has to be like the guy who has the sex with the woman and that does the procreate and does the cool, like, you know, have family, who is also very cool and strong, and he take care of the family and is cool and strong. Yes. Yeah, blah. Can think of the one with showing work. Yes. Externalizers exist on a spectrum. Externalizers are spectrum. I prefer Clip Studio Paint. Yeah. Are a spectrum on. There's downright sociopathic Manipulators. And there's more mild ones who just kind of resent others. While acting nice. Nice guys, anyone? Oh. There's a buzzword. While acting nice to avoid conflict. They resent others for forcing passivity. Forcing this. Oh my god, wait. I'm just realizing this is like. Yeah, this really is very, very close to like the whole incel thing. They resent others for forcing this passivity onto them, even though they only assume that that is actually what's expected of them. Connection to mind reading? I'm not sure anymore about that part, but yeah. Even if they only assume some of them don't. Wait. Even if they only assume. Even if they only assume. Oh, I guess so, yeah. Thank you. CSP stands for Cuddle, Softness, and Personality. Aw. My favorite traits to look for in a partner and a snack. Connection to mind reading. Yes. Externalizer traits. Approach to life, living in the present. Teiyu lore revealed, yes. It has finally come to light that I don't like y'all wanting to eat me because I want to be the one eating. Okay, anyway. Approach to life, living in the present, not considering future consequences, thinking solutions come from the outside, looking to others for improvement, what should someone else do to improve things, act first, think later, underestimate difficulty, respond to problems, reacting to whatever is going on, viewing problems as someone else's fault, blaming circumstances, getting others involved in the problems, denying or escaping reality to feel better, psychological style, being impulsive and self-focused, believing emotions have a life of their own, getting mad easily, having no interest in the inner psychological world, relationship style, expecting others to provide help, thinking others should change to improve the situation, expecting others to listen and tending to engage in demanding that others stop nagging, expecting others to listen and tending to engage in, wait, what was it? In monologue. Okay. You could play that one clip. I mean, I'm flattered, but my war phase ended 2 decades ago. Okay. Noted. Okay, How much of this do I really want to write down? A lot of this is just kind of repeated stuff. On the emotional immaturity thing. A lot of EI traits. Basically. Mainly just expecting others to change and do everything involving emotional work. Hello there. Welcome in. Thank you for joining the herd. Ugh. It starts again. Blaming others, circumstances, being reactive. Underestimating difficulties. Underestimating difficulties? Oh. Impulsive. I guess that's part of being reactive. Believing emotions have a life of their own. Emotions have a life of their own. That is an interesting one. Cute little Teiyu with a birthday hat is so cute. I want to cuddle him and pinch his cheeks. I don't know where he's coming from. Is that's new, isn't it? Like, huh? Oh, I know. It's because I linked my my Warudo to Discord. Because it asked for that for some reason. And I guess that's a thing that I did at some point, huh? Oh, there seems to be a different Teiyu out on screen when I was on Falls. A different one even. Was it not always just the one in the birthday hat? Believing the expecting others to provide help, thinking others could change to improve their, expecting others to listen, and then birthday one, okay. Demanding others stop nagging. Cool. Okay. Onward. Okay. That's the one in the center where it says "Thank you for the follow," and then right. Interesting title, isn't it? Isn't it just though? Hi there. Yeah, we're doing a wait. What is the title? Yeah. I already did a whole study stream. I did a whole series of study streams, honestly, on the book of that name. And yeah, we're going through my notes, like kind of condense them a little bit at least. I'm gonna have some recondensing to do because this book has a lot of repeating stuff. Yeah. It's a book that's I can really recommend it. I can recommend it so much. I actually lent it to someone from my from an IRL what's it called? Like a group, a group at my at the clinic that I go to. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah. Nice. I know. I agree. So yeah, make yourself comfortable if you want it. We're gonna be talking about like this stuff. Yeah. So internalizer traits. Approach to life. They worry about the future, think solutions start on the inside. They are thoughtful and empathetic, asked what can I do to make things better. Think about what could happen, overestimate difficulties. Oh, okay. Right, he was making it all like symmetrical, you know, mirrored. A group at your clinic, a control group. No, I don't think so. Couldn't be a therapy group or anything. No, absolutely not. Right, it's this therapy group. Sometimes the words just don't word. Response to problems, trying to figure out what's going on, looking for their role in causing a problem, what's my part in this, engaging in self-reflection and taking responsibility, figuring out problems independently and working on them, dealing with reality as it is and being willing to change. Well, that's, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with this one. I mean, I don't know. Do I agree with it? I mean, I guess I'm not the expert who wrote the book, so I don't know. Hi there, F7, how you doing? Psychological style, thinking before acting, believing emotions can be managed, feeling guilty easily, finding the inner psychological world fascinating.
Je suis une chèvre donc je dois bêler.
Je suis une chèvre donc je dois bêler. I'm a goat and thus I must bleat, I assume? And thus I must, or is it scream or something? Doing pretty well, I'm glad to hear that. I have no mouth and I must scream. No, it's, and I must scream. Ah, okay. And thus I must bleed. Nice. I like that. Good day, T. I'm here to inform you that the peaks of yore are waiting. Good day. We will be watching. Well, thank you. I think. I hope that's a good thing. I can't help thinking of, like, you know, the Palpatine thing. We will be watching your career with great interest. Or something like that. But hi. The peaks of yore are waiting. Cool. I do like peaks. Some might say that I am peak. Those people are wrong. But I'm very grateful for them. And blah, blah, blah. Okay. Internalizer traits. Let's oh wait, we didn't actually finish these. Thinking about what others need first, consider changing themselves to improve the situation, requesting dialogue about a problem, wanting to help others understand why there's a problem. Peak good content. Yes. If you are peak, then why don't you peak the yore? I peak the yore sometimes. I do a little bit of yore peaking. I mean, in my private time, really? Who else are peaking their yore? Bro, don't you get me started. Look, bro, last time I peaked that yore, let me tell you, it was like, damn. What are we talking about? Anyway. Piece of yours, the game. Ah, okay. All right. Noted. Yore and peaks is what we were talking about, apparently. Yes. I am only vaguely aware of what yore actually means. Okay, internalize the traits. Right, yes, internalize the traits. So basically, I don't know. There's nothing in there that, like, really wows me. Basically, self-reflected to a fault. Blame selves too much and look for responsibility in themselves too much and, like, get all stressed about that. Yeah. About doing everything perfectly, overthinking, etc. Okay. Oh, yeah. That's enough on that. All right. We're making some progress. This is nice. This is nice. I like that. Okay. Okay. Chapter 7. Hell yeah. What is this chapter? Breaking Down and Awakening. The chapter where we start the healing process. Let's freaking go. Heck yeah. This is why I said I have traits of both. I'm mostly an internalizer, but like an externalizer, I also blame others and or circumstances sometimes. Refuse to budge on opinions and choices that matter to me, feel like the world is unfair and cruel, and be reactive. Aww. Fair, yeah. But I mean, well, it is a spectrum. It's not like, you know, you can never really say like there's one type and another type, you know. There's always like a gradient to all these things. But also, I mean, it's probably normal to have like, you know, aspects of different things. Like that just makes you a complete person, right? It's only when like, you know, something gets to the point where it's an issue, that it's an issue, you know? I feel like I'm more of an externalizer, really. Oh. That surprises me. Oh man. I somehow didn't have the time to have another little eat before stream. So darn. My stomach is already like hurting a little bit. What's something inside of it? Okay. Breaking Down and Awakening. Okay. So, remember rolled selves and healing fantasies. Roles you took and fantasies about a potential better future that you adopted as a child in the hopes that it would lead you to a future where your emotional needs are met. The awakening can take the form of depression or a sense of failure, hypertension, inability to sleep, etc. These are warning signs that we need to get back in sync with our true selves. Basically, the disconnect between your innermost feelings and your reality causes psychosomatic or psychological issues, like a pain signal trying to make you aware of the damage you're doing to yourself. The true self is essentially a self-informing neurological feedback system that points you to your optimal functioning. Okay, this is a thing. This is a big thing from this book that I keep referencing. A child will naturally gravitate towards following that as much as possible, but parents' disapproval might make them ashamed and adopt rolled selves that attempt to suppress that intuitive guidance. Being in accord with your true self puts you in a state of flow, makes you focus on solutions rather than problems, and just basically makes you happier and more self-assured, as you learn to follow your true needs and trust in your instincts. Okay. So basically, if you're suffering from psychological or psychosomatic issues that might that may very well be your mind and body giving you a pain signal to stop denying yourself. Maybe I haven't paid enough attention, but I do often just not see ways that I could change things, and instead, aside from blaming outside circumstances sometimes, usually just wait and endure until I can get back to resting, not having to do anything. Nobody asked, so why am I talking about this? What? That's a weird thing to say. Like, this is an open place for talking about exactly this. This is Rev, come on, buddy, you can talk about this stuff. That's what we're here for. But no, just not seeing ways that things could change. That's more of a passivity thing. I really just woke up and was like, wait, what? Aside from blaming outside circumstances, sometimes you should just wait and endure it and can get back to resting and not having to do anything. Yeah, no, that's not really an internalizer or externalizer thing. That's more of a just a passivity thing, where you know, yeah, where that's like just kind of the strategy you learned is that like eventually it'll blow over. Yeah. Externalizer would be more like, hang on. Externalizing is more about like, resentment, basically. It's basically about resentment. Yeah. I mean, like the internalizer self could probably also be very passive. If it's like, like they just kind of assume like, I have to change myself, I have to be better. But then, obviously that doesn't always change like outside circumstances, and like sometimes the circumstances really are just like outside of your control, and eventually if all you think to change is just like your inside and you realize that doesn't really change anything, you might just end up being like, okay, well, I don't know, I'll just take it. In fact, like thinking that you just have to like lay down and take it might be kind of an internalizer thing. Like, oh yeah, this is just what's expected of me. I just have to be the one who like endures, the dude abides. Were you thinking about me? What? No, I was not. Well, maybe I was too eager to decide on one of the two ends of the spectrum here. I even vaguely remember you using the word spectrum a couple minutes ago, so maybe it wasn't the context even, yeah. Internalizer versus externalizer is basically I'm responsible for my problems versus other people and circumstances are responsible for my problems. I don't have a lot of resentment, but I'm afraid of how much resentment I will have once I try to get off nicotine again. For how long? Oh dear. Good luck with that. Okay. Take that signal seriously and let's go. True self. A neurological self-informing feedback system that tells you that points you towards your optimal functioning. Might get suppressed. By parents and other authority figures. Good luck with that. Nicotine seems pretty tough. Some of my classmates have turned 18 and started smoking now. I wonder how that unfolded. Oh dear. Doing a hydrate real quick? Yeah, should you? Wasn't completely serious, it just meant like it reads the way you reassure me when I over apologize and stuff, yeah. Being in accord with it makes everything go more easily. You're in flow, more self-assured, trusting in yourself and your instincts. Yeah, that's that's where this coach tried to push me when he was doing like what was he making me do? Basically, he challenged me to like for 3 days or so. No, wait, that was like taking a long time to journal. What was it? Challenged me to just really for a while take like only do things that I like really actually want to do. Yeah, which is surprisingly hard. Like it's so hard to know like what it is that you really truly want, right? Like again, anxiety is like a big issue there, because like, you know, anxiety told me like, oh man, if it was up to me, I wouldn't stream today. I'm tired. And like, this is, you know, I have to be like really smart for this. And I can't be smart right now. I can barely think. And, you know, but you know, once I actually started doing this, I realized like, oh yeah, this is where I excel. This is the stuff I can do, you know? Thinking about the brain, about the mind. The whole nicotine thing has been shitting bricks, not gonna lie. It feels like it's the shackles I put on a monster inside me a long time ago, and quitting will just open the floodgates. Oh dear. Man. I'll do anything I can to support you. And everyone else in the community too. Like, it's gonna be... I don't envy anyone who has to do that, you know, like, you know. It's gonna go with like some physical symptoms probably. But yeah, I hope we can help you get through that. Okay. So, exercise awakening your true self. Take a sheet of paper and fold it lengthwise down the middle. Caption one side my true self and the other my role self. Ah, right. I remember this exercise. On the my true self side, think back to your childhood. What were you like before you tried being someone else? Before you learned to judge and criticize yourself, what did you enjoy doing? What made you feel good? If you could be the person you really are and didn't have to worry about money, what would your life be like right now? I recommend looking back to who you were before 4th grade. What were you interested in? Who were your favorite people? And what did you like about them? If you had free time, what did you like to do? How did you like to play? What was your idea of a perfect day? What really raised your energies? Write down these thoughts in no particular order as they come to you. Note, of course you're gonna change and learn new things throughout your life. This exercise is probably more about broad strokes. Not so much did you enjoy playing hopscotch, but more like did you find fulfillment in using your body? Something like that. Yeah, I did this like back when I was still like, you know, back when this whole Teiyu concept was still in its infancy. And I was wondering like, okay, is this really what I want to do? Is this really like right for me? And I looked back into my childhood and I was like, I saw myself like, you know, with my best friend, like recording stuff on cassette tapes, just goofing off, and me acting like a cool like
pop star, like, yeah, hello, I am singing a song because I'm very cool, yes. You know? And yeah, it made me realize, like, yeah, no, that has been in there. Like the fact that I want to be kind of, you know, performing stuff. I want to make people like look at me and be like, yo, that guy is doing things. I don't know. I don't know what it is about it. I don't know. I guess it's, I don't know what it is about it exactly. That's actually a very good question. Like, what about performing for others is really the thing that, like, makes me feel fulfilled? I don't know. I don't know. Huh. I mean, I guess maybe it's just, like, straight up, I don't know, recognition. I mean, it doesn't sound so noble, like, you know, just wanting other people to think you're cool, but I mean, it's perfectly normal. So it's not like something to be ashamed of. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess that's also the part that, like, you know, I really admire people who can, like, make others feel things and think and stuff. So I guess I also want to just be like that. I don't doubt that, and I'm grateful for that. Still scared though, of course, yeah. Maybe because performing can be a formative experience? Sure. I was trying to come up with a pun about ants, but I think that might be a little bit too much of a deep cut. Also, like, I couldn't figure one out in time. The moment has passed. It's unfortunate. Okay. On behalf of the role self-heading, contemplate who you've had to become in order to feel admired and loved. Bold assumption that I do, but, you know. Are you now involved in things that you aren't really interested in? What do you make yourself do because you think it means you're a good person? Ooh. What do you make yourself do because you think it means you're a good person? That's, I feel like that one holds a lot of power. Making a pun about ants out of that would be one hill to die on, indeed. You mask, maybe? Yeah, definitely. That's definitely gonna be a part of it. Right. What do you make yourself do? Yeah. I guess sometimes, yeah, I overextend myself. Do things that I don't really, like, have the mental energy for. Because I feel like I need to be there for people. For me, Teiyu, you talk, speak, know the things I should do myself, but you never come across as a performer when you make me think the things you do. Well, first of all, thank you. But also, people-pleasing, yes. But also, I mean, what I am doing is still, like, a performance, right? Like, I mean, there's the whole, like, rabbit hole of, like, oh, isn't, like, every social interaction a performance? But, like, you know, I set a time for me to go online and talk in the general direction of, like, a bunch of random people who may or may not show up. So, like, that's ultimately still, like, a performance. That's ultimately, you know, me saying I'm gonna put on a show. So, yeah. A big thing for internalizers, yeah. People pleasing, absolutely. Hang on, where is it? Blame self too much, get stressed, okay. Get all stressed. Yeah.
Doing everything perfectly, I guess I'll put it in there. Guess I put it in there. Doing everything perfectly, being the perfect person, yeah. Okay. Are there people you are involved with who deplete your energy and make you feel drained? What are you spending time on that's boring to you? How would you describe the social role you try to play? How do you hope others see you? Which of your personality traits do you try to cover up? What are you glad nobody knows about you? Put that paper away for at least a day, then compare. Which self dominates? But if you were a mouse instead of a goat, you could call that principal Squeaker's Corner? Okay. Thank you. Hi there, Boomer. How are you doing? I'm making up for last stream, Boomer. I'm doing something honorable. Are you proud of me now? The fact that I started, the fact that that thought came to me, and like for a split second, it was not self-ironic. It's your stream, you can do whatever you want. That doesn't mean you won't get the consequences. Oh god, what are the consequences? Are you calling a hit on me because I did a sponsored stream? The hardest thing about people pleasing is when you're neurodivergent and try to do it to contort yourself into someone more likable, but you just end up making yourself smaller, less yourself, and therefore less likable. Is that therefore less likable, especially for those who are like you? Oh man. Not so fun fact, my squeaking is the equivalent of human screaming, meaning they only squeak when they are in pain or extreme emotion. Oh dear. There he is, officer, the streamer that promoted a cringe game. Ah! You know, the thing you said about talking at random people who may or may not show up? Oh, right. Squeaker's Corner. Okay. I see. Huh. I guess so, yeah. Okay, so, contorting yourself when you're neurodivergent into someone likable but ending up less likable, that feels real. That feels very real, yeah. I have had a problem with that. Like, I've been told at, I've been told that when I was at parties, way back when, people didn't know what to do with me because, like, you know, they could tell that I'm just kind of like really nervous and like sad and stuff and kind of like a little bit desperate for, you know, connection. But also, I kept like trying to be really funny and like, you know, trying to make myself seem interesting by, you know, constantly just being in this mind space of like, I need to make a joke, I need to be funny, I need to make them laugh, and, you know, or also like, oh, I need to talk about like the interesting things I know, so I come across as smart and they think like I'm very cool. And instead, like, I eventually was told that like people like a person who listens. People like being taken seriously and listened to, and yeah, and they tend to think someone who like actually listens, and then like every once in a while, you know, responds with something actually super relevant to the situation and like thoughtful. That makes you seem interesting. I mean, unless you're like, you know, some kind of like ultra mega genius who can enter the room and is like super charismatic and people are like, whoa, you know, but most people are not that. And you don't even necessarily want to be that, I guess. Because like, you know, true connection and whatnot. Is it okay if you're my Ralsei voice headcanon? I would assume that my voice is a little too deep for him, but like, I'm sure. Please, by all means. And I missed the other conversation that was apparently happening and led to people talking about consequences and shit. Why so ADHD? Gow! Because we were just born that way, and it's fine. That's what Lady Gaga told us. We were just born that way. In order to heal, you first need to break down. When you're having a breakdown, there's a good chance that it's not your actual self that's breaking, but rather that ability to deny your own needs and emotions. In order to learn anything new, the old behavioral pattern first needs to be break up so it can be reworked. There are theories about emotional distress potentially being more of a sign of growth than of mental illness. See, positive disintegration. A sign of an urge to change. Some people fall back into their old patterns, but taking those periods of distress to learn about yourself is a great opportunity to change for the better. Nice. Exercise, releasing yourself from a self-defeating role. Write a short personality description of someone in your life who makes you feel nervous or small. Next, think about how you behave around that person. Then write a short description of the role self you've been playing with the person. See if you can spot a healing fantasy that might be driving you to seek this person's approval at all costs. Oh god. I have things to say about that. How much time have you spent wishing this person would act differently towards you? Do you think you might be playing out a self-effacing role that no longer serves you? Are you ready to see yourself differently and relate to this person as you would to anyone else? Oh my god, okay. There is an ad break coming up, so we're gonna have another 5-minute break so I can quickly gobble up some food. Wait, why are ads snoozed? Why are ads snoozed? No! Think she was talking about sexuality, but okay, no. I didn't do it, I swear. Okay. Goat showing his age. I know. These old bones are unlucky to say I'm about to head off the bed. Good night. Take care. Thank you for being here, Mal. Always blame me, by the way. That's the meta. Alright. He'll come back in 5 minutes. I know. Ugh. The memory of playing Zelda Twilight Princess is inextricably linked to the album that Poker Face was on, because my sister got it at that time. If it was even an album, but definitely Poker Face. Huh, interesting. Alright, so. If you're breaking down, there's a good chance that what is breaking down is the what just happened? Is the false self and your ability to deny yourself. Stream that. Oh, stream dying. Stream dying? Stream dying? Stream dying? I don't think so. Looks good. Looks good to me. Huh? I don't think I relate to trying to be someone else to appeal to other people. I've always stubbornly refused to suffer just because someone else will only like me if I suffer. Maybe I do it in subtle ways in recent years, but don't think I've ever done more than exaggerate what I already am. Oh, alright, nice. Stream is fine? Alright, good. So, your ability to deny yourself. Theories about emotional distress potentially being a sign of growth rather than mental illness itself. Positive disintegration. An urge to say to change. It's easy to fall back into old patterns, and let's be real, you will. But taking these times of suffering to as an opportunity to change is valuable. Teiyu is dying. We must do CPR. Caprine. Wait, how do you pronounce it? Caprine? Friend revival. Cuddles personality or softness. Oh, you're so cute. Caffeine powered resuscitation. Oh god, I would rather you kiss me. To be honest. Right. Ayo. Write a short personality. Yeah, this whole thing about like, think about how you behave around that someone in your life who makes you feel nervous and small. Think about how you behave around that person. What description of the role self you've been playing with the person. Yeah, the healing fantasy that might be driving you to seek this person's approval at all cost. Yeah, I have things to say about that, but now, be right back. Okay. Wait, no. It's right. No. Oh, Jesus Christ. What's next room? What are you talking about? Oh god. I can't even tell anymore what we're talking about. What is the 6th jump room? Okay. Wait. Okay, so wait. I can't even tell if my controls are reversed. They are reversed. They are reversed. Just love yourself. Just right now, just look at yourself in the mirror and say, I love you. Hang on, let me... Hey, Teiyu. Look at me. Teiyu, I love you. I love you. You're a good dude. Doing your best. And I'm proud of you for that.
Beep boop. I'm a robot and I eat batteries instead of normal people food. That is not correct. Robots do not consume batteries in the same way people consume food. In fact, robots do not possess digestive systems. Some robots do not even have mouths.
Well, hey there, guys. Well, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog, and I'm gonna be playing some Celeste. Did you know that Celeste is but a trans girl? That's some secret Celeste facts right coming to you straight from my dome to your home. Come to you fresh from the Sonic the Hedgehog Laboratories. I'm not gonna hurt my throat, I'm gonna hurt your dad.
What? Why? Don't hurt my dad, please.
Okay.
I was a little concerned for a moment. I thought it was gonna blow itself, like...
You should say something after blow itself, so it doesn't sound weird.
Oh no! Wait, no, I'm sorry.
Just left that lingering and just staring at me like, yeah, Stevie, continue.
What? Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Blow
about
yourself, just like Tony.
it. Do all that. Wait, oh no. There we go. It is beautiful. Now all I have to do is not fall. What kind of samurai are you?
Stevie stabby, your balls are now sliced thee.
Oh. But I don't want them to be sliced. I need my balls intact, or else I ain't gonna roll.
Things going wrong that I'm under my control.
Oh.
You know,
She smiled in defeat, with unconquerable eyes.
you know,
Oh. I'm eating a thing. Hang on. What? Oh. No. So the thing is, bro said nom. I know, right? What the fuck?
so, yeah.
Way back when. God, is that long ago? So freaking long ago. I had a rival. I had a rival in a community that I was in who was just strictly a better artist. I had just found out like, oh, art is something I can do, and like apparently I have a talent for it, and people say nice things to me when I do the good art. And then there was this guy who was just strictly better and was very critical and kept giving me like criticism that I was not ready to hear yet. And I'm realizing some evidence there of how I used to have a lot more like externalizing like aspects, because my fantasy was, well, we were kind of frenemies. It was weird. Like I kind of really wanted him to think that I'm cool, but I also kept like thinking, I kept wishing that like there would be this moment where, like, you know, he's the bad guy, I'm the good guy, and I just deal this decisive blow that shows that like I'm the special boy. and you know, my way of doing things is the good one, and he, with his rudeness and his very you know, unemotional, very you know, rational, very like, you know, yeah, rational way is the bad guy, and I'm like the emotional heart of, you know, the heart, the you know, the Saturday morning cartoon hero with the power of friendship or whatever. I don't know. Not that I had any friends, but you know, I had the power of the you know, being nice. I guess, I don't know. Yeah, I both. That's still a thing that I have is this desire to have the approval of people who disagree with me. Like I still get like really proud whenever, like, you know, whenever there's like an inkling of, like, you know, people who would normally be on the other side of the fence, like in the opposing team, being like, you know, that guy though is based, you know. This makes me feel like, yeah, fuck yeah, nailed it, I'm so good. And yeah, but also mostly like, yeah, I just had this. Yeah, I just had this fantasy where I was just like, you know, the hero. And yeah, I thought that life was supposed to work like a cartoon. Are there other types of frenemies, like other dynamics that they have? I have no idea. That was the only frenemy I ever had. I'm not super well versed in, like, you know, that kind of fiction where frenemies would be a thing. So welcome back, more fun. So yeah, that was the Teiyu lore. That was the Teiyu lore for today. The cartoon hero delusion has very much been a thing in my past as well. Not talking about fictional, I know, but like that's the only other thing that I can think of where I would encounter frenemies. Went partying last night, had the time of my life, got home at 4 AM and went to bed at 5 AM, woke up at 13:30, my head felt funky when I woke up. Well, oh dear. Hope you're okay. I think it was the hangover. I mean, I drank 3 course drinks that cost $1.50 each, have lots of alcohol, juices, iced teas, and soda. You never know what are in them, but for the price they were worth it. Ay. Do stay hydrated, my dude. Also, hi there. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Life is like a door, never trust a cow. I've seen you write that one in someone else's chat. Reusing materials, I see. Sounds like one blast you had there, both in the good, hopefully, way and in the way that one would need to recover from, yeah. Sometimes both can be the same thing. Okay, now hang on. Going back to the party tomorrow? Nice, I guess you had fun then. Exercise. Releasing yourself from self-defeating role. Right? About someone who makes you feel nervous and small. How do you behave around that person What healing fantasy might be at play here? You wish they treat you differently? Are you playing a self-effacing role, and are you ready to drop that and treat them like everyone else? I was in the store today holding this tiny bottle of sake that I surprisingly found in their Asia shelf and considered getting it, but then I was like, nah, I'm not ready for this shit right now. It has 15% alcohol. Is that a lot? I know so little about alcohol, I don't even know that. Heck yeah, okay, we're up to 6 out of 9, I think. I think it was 9. I hope it was 9, and not like more. 15 is moderately high, but not huge. Huge is over 20. Oh. 3 times as much as beer. Oh dear. Noted. Come on. There we are. Exploring whether you have hidden feelings. Anytime you're in a particularly down or anxious mood and you can't entirely place it, consider that you might have some hidden feelings. Oh my, wait. Oh, wow. Think of the times you feel worst and consider if those feelings are related to thinking about a particular person. Often something like a feeling of dislike or fear of someone. Try to put your feelings towards this person into words. Consider using the simple language of, say, a 10-year-old. Do it in private so you can speak freely. Speak out loud or whisper, something like, I don't like it when person does thing. Speaking your feelings out loud can give you a sense of relief. You don't have to confront the person. In fact, that can cause more trouble than it's worth. For now, it's only important that you know that you know what you feel and allow yourself to feel and express that. Confronting the person can come later. This is about your own inner peace. Okay, this is an interesting one. This one could also be good material for a short. Exercise. Exploring whether you have hidden feelings. If you're feeling really down, anxious, and can't place it, you might have hidden feelings. Think of the times you feel worst. Consider if those are related to a particular person. Speak it out loud in simple words, just to yourself, to allow yourself to feel that. Don't confront them, just do it for yourself. I legit don't know anymore. I haven't drank alcohol. Oh, well, I'm glad y'all have reduced your alcohol intake. I think that's a good thing. Anger, good. Anger mean I don't like this. I want to actively change this. Yes. If you're overly concerned with trying to please everyone, recognizing that you're angry can be a first sign that you're allowing yourself to be true to yourself and recognize you're not treated fairly. Anger, good. If you're Oh man, that's reminding me of Noble Bunny Wren. Freaking, let me give a shout out to Noble Bunny Wren, just because. Noble Bunny Wren, like, she kept just so shy. Oh, it became a thing that like every time she expressed like mild discontentment with something or other, I would be like, yes, express it, and she would be like, why? Why do you want me to be angry? Like, but because she's just so small, you know, she is so very small. And like, yeah. What? There we are. And I just wanted her to grow and like learn to like accept like when sometimes something just rubs her the wrong way and she wants to change it, you know, because that's what anger is. It means you have a need and you're going to fight for it.
Say it. What's the name? What is that name? Great, it's a great name. They're so pretty. I didn't know they were called that.
I didn't quite hear it, but I think she just found out about great tits. Which is an actual bird name, yes. Also, yeah, she last streamed last year. Rip, indeed. It's a terrible loss to the world, honestly. I'm still astonished that I didn't end up an alcoholic with how much I used to get wasted with the boys back in the day. And that I saw people who never drank before develop alcohol problems during the plague. Oh dear. Man, I'm really glad you didn't. You know, I always wanted to go to college. I wanted to rule over the world. I wanted to be just like that. Unfortunately for me, becoming just like that requires to have a PhD. Does it though? I mean, does it? I don't think it does. There are many ways to rule the world. Yes, anger good. If you're... If you're a people pleaser, then you could be a failing artist. Sorry if I edgy joke. Oh, right. Becoming just like that requires a PhD. Okay, well, darn. If you're a people pleaser, then experiencing, well, recognizing your anger can be a first big step. Hi there, Mizuka. Big step towards, how are you doing? Allowing yourself to be true to yourself. You're allowed to stand up for yourself. Such hard-hitting questions right from the get-go. How are you doing? I know, right? Like, I mean, this is what this is about. We're talking about like the real shit here. How are you doing, Teiyu, by the way? I wish that I had organized my time better today, so I could have eaten a little snack before stream, so that my tummy wouldn't hurt right now. That's like the only thing that's like really bugging me right now. But yeah. Cause like, man, I feel like I could totally like finish up the rest of this whole book today, assuming that this really is just 9 parts. But yeah, I think I might have to call it quits before that. I relate to Rin because based on her tweets, she's not just small, cute, wholesome Moyo girl, she's apparently been through some shit, to put it lightly, and this is the internalizing happening. Her tweets? Wait, what? There's been tweets? I have not been paying attention. Remind me in TMs. I need to see those. I have never... Okay. Huh? Huh. I've never seen her, like, open up about... Anyway, we shouldn't be talking about someone else, like, about that stuff. But hang on. This doesn't feel right. We shouldn't be talking about someone like that, about someone who isn't here, like that. Yes. Okay. Anyway. Yes. I will not forget about that. Thank you. You're welcome. Anger good, yes. Internalizers in particular are notoriously bad at self-care, especially if they had demanding parents who would chastise them for not performing well enough. They're always concerned with living up to an unreasonable standard and trying to take care of everything and everyone around them at the expense of themselves. That sucks. Take care of yourself. Can't pour from an empty cup, y'all. Yes. Yeah. Internalizers are notoriously bad about that. Take care of yourself, bro. Made bunch of pizzas to sustain myself till Easter, hopefully. Thought about quitting the TTRPG group because simply don't have the free time and scheduling conflicts. Also underlying C thing about some being a lot distracted from the game. Changed bed sheets, started drinking and heated up the sauna, now fresh and clean. Sauna. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ah. Is that why the Finns are like the... Wait. Hang on. I was just about to ask if that's the reason why the Finns are like the happiest people in the world, supposedly. But then I remembered another statistic and let's not talk about that anymore. Finn's not good at small talk. If you ask them things, they will answer good. I expected nothing less. Was it the... Yeah. 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 Not being able to take care of myself well is one argument to place me slightly further to the internalizer, and I suppose... Relationship breakdowns. Less on a column B means column A looks bigger in comparison. Yep. Relationship breakdowns can be a huge opportunity for waking up. We tend to play out relationship patterns learned in childhood, and adult relationships tend to be very emotionally charged. So when a conflict breaks out, we might be reminded of past trauma on top of whatever else is currently going on. Like, maybe, there's a quote there. Maybe I was hoping things would crumble. I've been beaten up, torn down, and humiliated, and now I'm about to be laid off, but I'm telling you, I'm happy. I didn't think I was as good as other people. So how to define a successful person? I guess first of all, you get rid of success, and then you see who you are as a person. A man who lost everything in a divorce, but gained himself. Oh, nice. Love a success story. Ironically enough, it can be hard to accept that our parents or other people who we hold in high regard are actually fallible, but it's an important reality to wake up to, as it allows you to be more objective about their behavior and set appropriate boundaries. You've also got to learn to acknowledge your own strengths. There's nothing wrong about acknowledging that stuff, and it gives you a better sense of yourself and more energy to accomplish things. Keyword, narrative therapy. Ooh, that's a big one. I like that one. It's crucial for people to become conscious of the meaning and intentions in the storylines they've been living by. Storylines referring to the way we seek meaning and sense in the world by putting it into a story-like structure in our minds. Evaluating the underlying values that these stories hold for us, we can uncover harmful ideas and try to replace them with helpful ones. Okay, wait. Oh, man. Yeah. We're definitely not gonna finish this today because, like, things are getting pretty meaty again. Relationship breakdown can be a huge opportunity for waking the heck up. We repeat. You know what? Let's put this here. We repeat patterns learned in childhood. And the emotions that come up in adult relationships might bring up past trauma on top of everything. But yeah, like I started to ask earlier, I was wondering if it counts as frenemyship when I'm jealous and resentful of someone for having someone I can't have, but also generally think they're sweet and well-meaning and I attempt to be their friend even though I'm fakely hiding my resentment. I think it has to be like a mutual thing. Like, if it's just like your feelings, then it's like, you know, it's just like kind of complicated feelings, you know. That's just kind of a reality of life. I just knocked my vape over and made a loud bang, and you paused right after that bang as if you had heard it. Oh, maybe I have. So. Can be hard to accept our parents or other Can be hard to accept our parents as fallible, but is important to realize. Cross map flashbang hit, get good. Yeah. That's some advanced techniques right there. Also got to learn to acknowledge your own strengths. Acknowledge your own strengths. Too. Yeah. Narrative therapy. Yes. Yes. I love this one. So here we live our lives. Well, we conceptualize our lives a lot like stories. Well, I don't know if conceptualize is the right word. We process our lives a lot like fictional stories. And we can interpret and criticize them just like regular stories, and our roles within them. Okay. And rewrite them. Yes. Working through childhood emotional trauma is the most effective way of waking up from repeating the past. Working through means a process of coming to grips with painful realities, emotionally and mentally. It's literally like chewing and digesting something that's hard to swallow. The actual source of trauma matters less to its traumatic effect than whether the person could adequately process it afterwards. Indeed. Parents who raise securely attached children are often characterized by a willingness to talk about and recall their own childhoods, even if that childhood was very difficult. Unlike emotionally immature parents, they don't avoid reality and so can be fully prepared for, present for their child. Working through childhood trauma is good for waking up from repeating the past. Narrative therapy is the kind of therapy I'm in. Oh, interesting. That makes a lot of sense for you. You know, with your OCs and everything. Working through means coming to grips with painful realities, like chewing and digesting a hard to swallow thing. Okay. Chapter 8. Accepting your parents' faults can be hard, not just for childlike reasons, but also... Hang on. Oh, man. But also... for reasons of social messages regarding the status of parents. Your parents will always love you, they only want what's best for you, etc. But good luck with that if your parent is emotionally immature. This chapter will be about learning a new kind of relationship with your parents. They can't handle the emotional intimacy you want from your interactions, so even if you've learned how to communicate in a very healthy way, you're not going to get them to respond in kind. If you still want a relationship with your parents, you're going to need to adjust how you approach them and the relationship. There are 3 key approaches towards freeing yourself from getting caught up in your parents' emotional immaturity: detached observation, maturity awareness, and stepping away from your old ruled self. Okay. Chapter 8, I guess, is about distancing yourself from your parents? I guess, I think. Seems likely. Oh yeah, it'll be about learning a new kind of relationship, right? Finding a new kind of relationship with your parents. It's not just because of this, but also social messaging is all your parents only want what's best for you. But what if, consider this, they don't? There. It kind of sounds like this chapter is how to maintain a relationship with your parents rather than distancing yourself. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, I'm getting to the point where I'm not really processing everything that I'm reading as well as I could be. So yeah, not gonna go for too much longer. 3 key approaches towards freeing yourself from being caught in your emotional. 3 key approaches to this. Detached observation, maturity awareness, stepping away from older role self. DO. Okay, detached obs. You cannot hope for the kind of relationship that your healing fantasy promised you. The only achievable goal is to live authentically as your true self. You can't change your relationship, but you can save yourself. Reminder about enmeshment. Enmeshment is basically a codependent relationship. All parties have to fulfill their role for the sake of the others. There is no room for individuality and genuine exchange of feelings and ideas, much less room for changing anything that's causing problems. So, yes, okay. That's all she wrote for this one, so onward. Hi there, Colibri. Hi there, new thing. Okay, that's all we got here. Just these 2 pages. Alright, and Teiyu, you could have picked something with higher contrast. We often still have a need for a relationship with our parents, even if our childhood relationship was unsatisfying, but we can't expect them to fulfill our wish for emotional intimacy even if we have learned ways to communicate maturely. Even if we have learned ways to communicate maturely. If they don't respond in kind, but you still want a relationship with them, the only healthy way to do so is to go about it in a more emotionally distant way. We often still want some relationship, but yeah, we can't expect them to change for the better and actually satisfy our emotional needs. So we need to emotionally distance ourselves. Detached observation. Use grounding techniques like breath focus and PMR to distance yourself from your feelings and observe their behavior rationally, narrating it in your head like an anthropologist. Language is kind of opposed to emotion and lets you stay in control. If you find yourself getting emotional in response to their behavior, you're slipping back into your old role self that still yearns for their approval. Try to hold on to your internal monologue and take yourself out of the situation if all else fails. Aim for relatedness rather than relationship. Okay. Use grounding techniques to distance from feelings. Observe their behavior like an anthropologist describing it in those terms. If you're getting emotional, you're slipping back into the role self that still yearns for that approval. Aim for relatedness, not relationship. Go Gadget cereal bar with banana stuff. Heck yeah, man. Yeah. I think maybe we can actually finish the book in the stream. Just gotta keep at it. And take the next break to have a little snack. Maturity awareness approach. Be observational and figure out if someone is emotionally mature or not. If not, adapt your behavior expectations when dealing with them. 3 approaches: expressing, then letting go. If you can't expect them to understand your feelings, just focus on expressing the feelings. How freeing it is to express them and how you're displaying agency over yourself. 2. Focus on the outcome, not the relationship. Ask yourself what you want to get out of an interaction. You can't expect a change of heart or anything like that. Identify a specific outcome you can control, especially one that's about yourself and what you can do, and what you want to do. Express something, address a complaint, etc. Reaching an agreement can be an outcome, but only about something concrete, like where to go for dinner. Don't try to improve the relationship directly if the person is not mature enough to handle that kind of dialogue. The more...
Hello.
Hi there, Commodore. How are you doing? I got anecdotal experiences with this. Care to take notes? Sure. Blah, blah, blah. Reaching in... no. Don't try to improve the direction. The more you focus on a specific outcome, the more likely you'll be able to appeal to their mature side instead of activating their emotional immaturity trap card. Managing, not engaging. If necessary, set a goal of managing the interaction, like what length and what topics you're comfortable with. Keep insisting no matter how much they try to divert the conversation. They tend to not know how to handle persistence. If a parent starts acting uncharacteristically open after you take on a more distant approach, it might be that they are trying to subconsciously bring you back into an enmeshment in which you depend on them. Don't take the bait. Remember that an emotionally immature parent will be emotionally available to you in inverse proportion to how much you actually need them to be. The more you actually need their closest, the scarier the closeness becomes to them. Meeting them at arm's length is the best possible outcome for both parties in that case. Oh dear, okay. Gauge someone's emotional intelligence. If they can't be dealt with maturely. 1. Express, then let go. Express your feelings for your own sake. Focus on the outcome, not the relationship. Focus on outcomes, not relationship. What do you want out of a relationship? Identify a specific outcome you can control. Especially about yourself and what you want to do. Reaching an agreement can work if it's about something concrete, like where to have dinner. The more emotional something is, the more likely you'll make them turn to their emotionally immature patterns. Yes. And theory. Managing, not engaging. Set a goal for the interaction, like for length and topics you're comfortable with. Insist on it. They can't handle insistence. It burns them. Okay. They might start acting unusually nice, but that's probably subconsciously a trap to get you back in the enmeshment. Their emotional availability is inversely proportional to how much you actually need them. Need it. True. Okay. 8. And then I think that's the last one. 9 is the last one. Oh my god. Imagine. We might be done with the book eventually. But there's still a lot coming. Is there more to this? No. Okay. Chapter 9, How It Feels to Live Free and Die Young. How it feels to live free of roles and fantasies. Okay. Live free of roles and fantasies. Family patterns revolving around emotionally immature parents discourage individuality, deny the child's needs in order to not disturb the parent's desire for stability and predictability, and these influences manifest as internal voices that stick with us even until our adult life. Identify which of these internal voices stem from your parents and use that knowledge to take their power from them. This way you can attain many kinds of freedom. Freedom to be human and imperfect. The rigid patterns of judgment that you internalized make you think in black and white terms about your own worth, based on what you accomplish. Free yourself by asking questions like, do I want to do this or do I think I'm supposed to? Yeah, the old, do I want this or do I want this? You know, is it actually me who wants this? Freedom to have your genuine thoughts and feelings. If your thoughts and feelings made your parents uncomfortable, you'd learn to police your own mind and feel guilty for even having them. There's nothing to feel guilty about though. Thoughts and feelings just happen. Having them doesn't make you bad, it only makes you whole. Oh. Freedom to suspend contact. Sometimes it might be necessary to suspend contact with a parent for the sake of your own health. Don't feel bad, you don't even need to have an active relationship with your parents to free yourself from their influence. Freedom from your parents comes from within. Freedom to set limits and choose how much to give. Setting boundaries effectively is the ideal middle ground between cutting contact entirely and not. If they try to make you feel guilty for that, make them then all the easier to accept how much their entitlement is ridiculous. If you're an internalizer, chances are you'll try to find the solution to everything in your own behavior by trying to sacrifice yourself somehow. You need to free yourself from this pattern. There's nothing selfish about setting limits on how much other people can take from you. What if they don't respect them? Your boundaries. Well, hang on, did it go into how to set these boundaries? I mean, that depends on how much power they have over you, right? Like, if they just, you know, if all they do is not respect your boundaries, then all they can do is just make you feel shitty by doing that, you know, by being like that. And that's what, you know, emotionally distancing yourself from that helps with. Like, yeah. If they really do have like power over you, like if they can really make decisions for you, you know, then that is, you know, that is a different story. I was born after you, I don't have to respect you. They're the kind of people that call 40-year-olds kid, yeah. They can? They can? Wait, hang on. What do you mean exactly? Sorry, I don't know what you're responding to exactly. Financially, yeah, that is Does the book go into that? I don't think it does. Right. I don't remember anything about that. If they have power over you. Wait, I just realized there's a different layout, so, Okay. I don't know. I wish I knew what to tell you for that, but the book doesn't cover it, so, well, darn. Thanks for that, Pat. Okay, so, where were we? Freedom to have self-compassion. To take care of yourself, you need to have self-compassion. It can feel unnatural, but try to look at your childhood self as a separate person and notice how sorry you probably feel for them if they were someone else. This can cause some intense sadness, but that grief can be part of growing stronger and happier. It just means that your brain is working through things. Freedom from excessive empathy. You might actually feel so strongly empathetic towards others that it causes you harm. You could even feel worse for a person than they feel for themselves. Some people actually don't want to feel better. They'll complain incessantly, but that's just because being in the role of the one suffering is how they conceptualize themselves in the world and express themselves. And they aren't even actually looking for help to get better. Okay, so... There's a break coming up, and I'm kind of looking forward to that, to fill my tummy with all sorts of nice things. And by that I mean a cereal bar. Because that's all I have time to eat in like 5 minutes. Thank you for the hydrate. Rev, what the heck? Like, seriously? Was it just because I talked about eating? And, like, the time it takes... They make cereal in bar form now? I know, right? No, wait, hang on. Cereal bar? They make cereal in bar form now? Yeah, I go to the cereal bar every evening to hang out with the bros. And get fiber. Good. Okay. Nailed it. And sugar, yes. Ah, blah, 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 blah. Oh, God. My brain. It's struggling. But okay. You know what? 3 out of hi, hello. I mean, I don't like wet cereal, so I think I would like to try a cereal bar, yeah. We call those muesli bars here. Oh, okay. I don't know what the fuck is happening either, but I'm not apologizing. I accidentally typed nut instead of butt first, but I corrected it so you don't have to know about that. Thanks. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back for 5 minutes now. Looming over your shoulder. I'm still there. You know you have to do me eventually. Don't take that out of context, please. Oh wait, no, this doesn't work. What? Wait. What? Oh, that was that was something. The principle of conserving energy is such an important factor. Like your body just always assumes like conserving energy is the first most important thing, and then you basically have to like send in the proper paperwork to really like demand like give me more muscles. I need them. And then you need to keep resending that, like, no, I still need it. I still need those muscles. Really, believe me, they're super important. Like, see how much I'm using them. See. In fact, give me even more of those. Give me more of that, please. Like, see how much more muscles I'm using them. Look how much I'm pushing myself to the limit. Like, more muscles, please. And your body is like, okay, fine. I guess we can arrange for that. Oop. Yeah. Aw, god damn it. At least we got an upskirt shot. The combos, okay. You know what? Alright. I respect that. Hell yeah. Come buzz these nuts. What? Noble Bunny! Hi there! Man, I missed you. We have arrived. It is now that we perform our charge in fealty to the God Emperor, our undying lord, and by the grace of the... Let me count those zeros. Hang on. Oh my god. Noble Bunny, what the f?
But I was just talking about poo-poo.
pro players, but with a try-hard attitude. Man, that actually does seem really horrible. You know, like, if they're just like kids with a try-hard attitude, you can be like, yeah, they're just little kids, but then if they actually beat you and they're still like, yeah, hell, look at me, I beat you, it's like, well, fuck you.
けでもひがまない思い出がバカみたいたまにろくな男やない揃いの指輪外しますざまみろせせいするわななのよこの涙バカみたい
Literally, this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
I mean, you can use this to clean your butt. Just wait for it to dry up a little, and you know, just... Yes. That. Yes. Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes. Hello. Yeah. You know what? I felt a little rebellious, so I had some wet cereal. Yeah, I had a little bowl of wet cereal. Hello. I like how freaking it's recommending my own stream to me. Like, yeah.
Oh man, I love me here a hole in the stomach. But sadly I have to make myself out of the dust again. Someone I haven't seen stream in a long time is gonna go online in like an hour and I want to take a shower before that. So as much as I'd like to, I can't stay here until Into the Puppets.
Until Into the Puppets, that's a special one. Okay, no worries. You take care of yourself. Yeah. Just leave a lurk. But yeah. Oopsie daisy. Yeah. See you around, champ. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's take some notes. Let's take some real quick notes. Yeah, I don't think this is like too meaty. How it feels like to live free of roles and fantasies, yeah. Desire hydration, yes, good, get that hydration. Fulfill your desires. Meet your own needs. You have the power. Well, leave her lurk, thank you. Teiyu calling me champ? Wow, wow! What the heck? You are the champion of my heart. Oh yeah. Okay. Sure. Staying in that relationship with the roles and all makes you internalize that voice that's suppressing your real self. identify which of those voices belongs to your parents, and you can take the power from them. The freedoms you obtain from that, freedom to be human and imperfect. It's not all black and white anymore. And you don't have to... Did you know that in Monster Hunter in general, you can add a title for yourself to your guild card? Mine says Stranger to Love. Whatever that means, and I don't know why I would bring this up upon being called the champion of your heart. Well, I guess now you have a new title to give yourself. And you don't have to perfectly fit that one role anymore. Ask questions like, do I want this, or do I think I'm supposed to? Freedom to have genuine thoughts and feelings. Feelings just are. Having them doesn't make you bad, it only makes you whole. Freedom to suspend contact. To suspend contact. You don't have You don't even need to have an extra relationship. You don't even need to. Why would you label it as that? Why would it label you as that when we're no strangers to love? You know the rules, and so do I. There is in fact an alternate version of the song that goes, we're strangers to love. You know the rules, but I don't. Well, shit. You don't even need to be in an active relationship to internally free yourself from it. Welcome back. Freedom to set limits and choose how much to give. Setting boundaries effectively is the ideal. Freedom to set limits and choose how much to give. If anyone tries to give you stuff about having any boundaries, all the easier to recognize how unreasonable they are. Freedom to have self-compassion. Compassione. To take care of yourself. Treat your childhood self like a separate person, and your gonna realize how worthy of compassion they are. You might even draw a whole picture about it during some goat's online stream. Yes. Might cause intense sadness, but that's making you stronger as you're working through things. Rev is the champion of your heart. Oh my, that is a position that many of us crave, indeed. Ah. I mean, to be fair, not like you can only have one champion. I think, right? Is that an exclusive role? Freedom from excessive empathy. Excessive empathy. Empathy can get too much. Some people don't really even want to get better. They just like to, what's it called? Quetch. Or however you spell that. Champion usually implies the number one, the winner of the crowning glory. Ah, well, I guess so. But there's like, isn't there like champions of ether or something? Champions of ether? That's a video game. That's multiple champions. I guess, okay, I guess they're champions from different places. So, there would only be one champion from one place? No. Freedom to take action on your own behalf. Growing up under such emotional inattentiveness? Bold of you to assume my video game, indeed. I should not have made that assumption. But that's beside the point. You don't have the video game for the video game Champions of Ether to exist. Wait. That is what it's called, right? Champions of... I think. Champion to take action and champion to take action on you. Jesus. Growing up under such emotional identity can leave you feeling a sort of learned helplessness. The best way to combat this is to take action on your own behalf and really stand up for your needs. Freedom to express yourself. Expressing yourself with emotionally immature people is an important act of self-affirmation. Remember, it's important to express and then let go. You can't make the other person understand you if they are incapable of it, but you don't have to need them to understand. Freedom to approach old relationships in new ways. Shake up old patterns by focusing on outcomes and setting aside expectations of true emotional intimacy. You aren't denying your part. You're just accepting your parents as they are, without expectations. This can actually lead to your parents opening up more than they did before. Because if you don't trigger their mental defenses against emotional intimacy, they might relax more and talk to you as they would any other adult. Freedom to not want anything from your parents. In the same vein, the most pain happens when the parent feels like the child needs something from them. The desire for some kind of attention can persist into adulthood, whether we realize it or not. Self-involved parents will often enjoy this feeling of dependency on them, as it makes them feel powerful and in control. Consider, if this person wasn't your parent, would you actually want to hang out with them at all, or is that feeling just a holdover from childhood? Freedom to take action on your own behalf. Counter learned helplessness by standing up for your needs. Freedom to express yourself. Just do it, bro. Do it for yourself. Freedom to approach old relationships in new ways. What do you think about meditation? Is there a reason you capitalized the T in the middle? I sense a pun. So it's not misread as medication? Oh, okay. I don't misread stuff a lot, so no worries about that. Meditation is very good. I mean, there's so many different kinds. Like, I don't believe in, like, some of the stuff that's going around that's like, you know, those, what do they call it, like manifestations or something? Like, manifesting yourself to be, like, all sorts of crazy things. But, like, no, like, meditation as a, like, mindfulness exercise is extremely important. And I need to do it more often. I don't mean the silly specialty stuff, I mean freeform. Yeah, no, I need to do that more often. Like, last night again, I had, like, you know, trouble sleeping because my brain thoughts were racing. And, this sucks. It really kind of sucks. You know? Thank you for the hydrate, Golan. And, yeah. That wouldn't have to happen if I actually gave myself some time to just let those thoughts just float around freely for a while during the day. As seen above, might actually make your parents relax their defenses and treat you like an adult. Why is your note program so angry with your words that are spelled correctly? Oh, right. What is this? That is a very good question, isn't it? Language? English? Uh-huh. Is a very good question. Spell check? Spell check dictionary is empty. Alright. Noted. Glad we got that cleared up. There you go, there's no word library, yeah. Okay. Freedom to not want anything from your parents. To not want anything from your parents. See, I almost finished. I don't know. If this person wasn't your parent, would you actually care to hang out, or is that just a leftover bit of programming? Okay, last one. Hey. What the heck? Magic to-dos, ooh. How about that? That's a helpful website. Goblin.tools is what it's called. Goblin.tools. I think. I'm pretty sure. There's a good use of AI to help you break down task tasks into smaller tasks.
Chapter 10.
How to identify emotionally mature people. Identify emotionally mature people. It can be hard for people who were raised by emotionally immature parents to imagine that an emotionally satisfying relationship is even possible, but you can change this thought pattern if you're aware. The lure of old patterns. Familiarity feels safe instinctively, so we tend to seek out the same relationship patterns we grew used to during childhood. This seems to be related to why many girls, especially in high school, tend to feel more drawn to aloof boys who bring to mind the same relationship pattern as a domineering father. Thus, instant chemistry can be a danger sign, as it might point to old patterns being reactivated. You seem pretty emotionally mature, thank you. Yeah, it's, it wasn't easy to get there. I was well on my way to be like, you know, not a great person. And it took some, you know, it took some pain for me to realize, like, okay, you know what? To some extent, the people who've been criticizing me have a point. To some extent, still fuck them, but also like, you know? Thanks for that, Pat. The lure of old patterns. Familiarity feels safe. Familiarity feels safe, even if the thing we're familiar with is a lack of safety. I don't relate to that OMG aloof boy, bad boy awooga phenomenon. Bad boys scare me. Even as a kid, I wanted to hold some sweet friend who I could also kiss. Yeah, no. It's not a universal thing. Of course, like, just a worryingly common trend. Did they give you I don't criticize Teiyu enough energy? What? Did who? Like the people who criticized me? Well, hang on, oh god. I think, man, my brain is really starting to deteriorate. Lower roll, yes. Hence, like, daddy issues, quote unquote. Air quotes. Okay. Instant chemistry can be a danger sign pointing to old patterns being reactivated. How to tell apart bad instant chemistry from good? Question mark? Because that's an interesting point, like, you know, oftentimes, like, when you instantly feel attracted to someone, it's like, oh, it's, you know, it's just this instinctual thing where it's like, ah, yes, I feel at home here. Terribly at home. How nice. But then, other times, really just like, you know, like sometimes you really just vibe with someone. And then it's like, how exactly do you tell them apart? Often people with maladaptations hold on to all they know and blame their adaptations not working as I'm doing the right thing, I'm just not doing the right thing hard enough. That is, oh god, that is such a big thing. That is such a such an enormous, like, fallacy that causes so much harm. Yeah. Potential partner should check off a reasonable amount of the following traits to be sure that a relationship can work healthily. Thanks for that, but... EM traits. Synergane. What? What? No, they're realistic and reliable, yes. They work with reality rather than fighting it. They'll work to change things they don't like if possible, but if not, they'll do their best with what they have instead of getting hung up on how everything sucks. They can feel and think at the same time, able to sensibly discuss something while considering emotional aspects while addressing a problem. They have a consistent self, rather than being a different person under different circumstances. They don't take everything personally, understanding that sometimes you just misspeak. They have a sense of humor about themselves, can take criticism, and don't constantly seek reassurance or to uncover some secret, some conscious dislike hidden in your words and actions. I don't like how I cannot summarize that. That's just a straight up list of things that are all kind of pretty important. Yeah. So, darn. EM traits. Realistic and reliable. Work with reality rather than against it. Wisdom to know what can be changed. Etc. Feel and think at the same time. Consistent self. Then it turns into the question of what is reality. Well, this is not a philosophy book. Like, reality is just like, you know, what... I guess the consensus of, like, you know, if you're arguing about something that is like, you know, where someone is arguing like this is real and someone's arguing this is not real, and you know, if it's like an ideological thing, then you get someone from outside that ideology and they're like, yeah, of course, that's just a thing. And no. Anything can be philosophy if you think about it hard enough. That is true. That is very true. I don't mean metaphysically or physically. Like, people often invalidate reality. Yeah, but like, man. I don't know. They invalidate reality they don't like. Yeah, that's exactly what, you know, what they're talking about. You know, that is working against reality, fighting it, being like, no, I reject that. Is actually, you know, the only reason that people think that's reality is because they are brainwashed. Yeah. Literally everyone in the world is brainwashed except for me, because I'm the smart one. Hello there. Welcome in. Consistent self. Consistent self? Consistent self. They have a consistent self. Where is it? Rather than being a different person under different circumstances, don't take everything personally. Don't take everything personally. Have a sense of humor about themselves. Can take criticism and aren't constantly expecting hidden attacks in your words or something. They are respectful and reciprocal. They respect your boundaries, they look for connection, not intrusion. They respect your individuality, taking your wants and needs into consideration, not expecting you to be like them. They don't try to tell you what you're feeling, as if they could possibly know better than you. They may tell how they feel about something you did, but not psychoanalyze why they think you did it. Doing this is not a sign of understanding, but a sign of wanting to control you. They give back. Oh wait, that's a different thing. They're respectful. You're a defective version of me. Oh my god, that is way too real. Respectful and reciprocal. Reciprocal? Respect boundaries and feelings and individuality. Don't force themselves on you. Don't speak for you. Yeah. They don't actually say that, but you get that crystallized sentiment. Yeah, man. I don't even feel like I've experienced that, but it's still like, that phrase still hit me like a brick. It was just like, holy crap. They give bag. Yeah, they give bag. No, they give back. An emotionally mature person understands that relationships are a give and take in a healthy balance. They can choose to take the backseat for a bit, but won't put up with prolonged one-sidedness, but they also gladly make sure that you're taken care of. It's give and take. Yay. Hang on. Oop. There we are. Internalizers tend to think they need to give and be useful to others. Externalizers tend to demand constant proof that you care. They are flexible and compromise well. They wanted to make sure everyone's treated fairly. This means compromise can actually be enjoyable. Immature people will try to compromise by forcing something on you, seeking to win the argument. A mature person will make sure that you feel satisfied, too. Yes. They want you to be happy. Flexible and compromise well. I want to make sure everyone's happy and treated fairly. Makes compromise actually enjoyable. They don't try to win. They're even-tempered. If they lose their temper early in a relationship, that's a bad sign of brittleness and entitlement. Mature people don't expect things to always go 100% their way. They don't like being angry, while immature people might even feed their own anger. They'll try to solve the problem as soon as possible, though it's normal to need some time to calm down before you can talk things out properly. Even-tempered. Don't lose their temper quickly. Don't like being angry don't feed their anger. Try to solve the problem ASAP. It's normal for it to take a moment to calm down from anger. TBF. Still a bunch left to go, but we're in the home stretch. They're willing to be influenced, willing to learn and consider other viewpoints and insights. Men are especially prone to rejecting outside influence because they're socialized to be self-assured. They're truthful, honoring your trust and experience of reality. It can be hard for anyone to tell the absolute truth when doing so could put you in trouble, but a mature person will try to be as honest as possible when it counts. They apologize and make amends. Oh wait, that's a different thing. Does it count as losing temper quickly if I'm overstimulated and scared and overwhelmed and I react with anger because I don't feel safe and I need people to stop hurting me? I guess it counts as losing temper. It's not necessarily like a super bad thing. Like I've seen that happen, and like you tend to bounce. You have the ability to like catch yourself pretty quickly. So you know, no harm, no foul. It's also worth noting how sometimes even emotionally mature people will sometimes have their emotions get out of control, but it's how they respond to it afterwards. Yeah. Not that big. Yeah, like it said earlier, emotional regression and stuff like that can hit anyone depending on the situation, depending on what is happening and stuff. But oh right, hang on. Don't lose your temper quickly. Don't expect things to go their way 100% of the time. There we are. Yeah. And you know, you don't need to be emotionally regressed to get angry about something. It all depends, you know. But yeah. If you like get to the point where you like say things that you shouldn't have, say things that you didn't really mean, like that kind of thing, then that is probably what happened, that you just kind of reverted to like some kind of pattern. And then yeah, it's about like just repairing afterwards, making amends. But if it's just like this brief flash of like, everyone shut up for a moment, that sort of thing, then it's like, you know, that happens, you know? Yeah. Even temper, don't lose the temper quickly. When there's enough stress, our emotions tend to do the work for us. It's just how our brains work. Yeah, it's like your prefrontal cortex kind of gets the wheel taken away from it while your brain is flooded with stress hormones and stuff. When you feel terminally stupid, yes, that is his name. He's doing a 12th hour for his B-Day. Oh. Alright. But the key is to not let our emotions control us. Yes. Okay. We apologize and make amends. There we are. Apologize and make amend. Crucial Conversations talks about that. Who or what is that? Mature people want to be responsible for their own behavior, so they'll own up if they make a mistake. Make a mistake too. Immature people may offer apologies, but those often feel more like them trying to avoid consequences. There's no apparent willingness to change. A good apology indicates that the apologizer understands that they made a mistake and that they'll try to do better in the future. Sometimes it can be important to the slighted person to talk about the event just to help process their pain.
Okay.
Want to take ownership of their actions, including mistakes. I really dislike insincere or incomplete apologies. Yeah. Just like, I cast power word, sorry. And thus, all my behavior is without consequences. Very good. Yeah, yeah. Including mistakes. Howard, sorry. Yeah. I kinda halfway stole that from Lankery. It's a self-help book from a third-party human resource think tank called Crucial Learning. Oh. Crucial Conversations. Where do I write this down? Oh my god. Note to self. Crucial conversations. And
Ow.
Okay.
They're responsive. Their empathy makes you feel safe as they take your feelings into account and allow you to feel at ease even when there's friction. They make you feel seen and understood as they naturally curious about interesting people and eager to understand and celebrate your differences instead of wanting you to mirror them. The more you tell them, the more they share of themselves in return, developing a natural, intimate connection. Being seen and understood like this is like so satisfying, let me tell you. They like to comfort and be comforted. Most self-help books are themed around bringing the reader down and building the reader back up in the author's image, much like the military, but they still have good ideas. Huh. Is that so? I have not seen that pattern. Their empathy makes you feel safe. Even when there's friction. Curious about you, willing to share themselves in kind. Is real nice. Good. They reflect on their actions and try to change. They actually enjoy feedback on their behavior because of the increased intimacy it brings and are interested in self-improvement. Reflect on their actions and try to change. Actually appreciate criticism because it's like, heck yeah, dude, I appreciate you being real with me. We are like besties now. You can tell my notes are, you know, they're taking on a form. They can laugh and be playful. Emotionally immature people tend to not use humor in a way that strengthens relationship, pushing their humor on others
or defaulting to acerbic forms of humor like pranks, sarcasm, laughing at someone's expense. If they enjoy putting others down for laughs, there's a good chance they'll treat you that way as well, and can be a sign of a closed-off person who fears connection and keeps everyone at an arm's length. Edgy humor should be a spice rather than the main course. Emotionally mature people use lighthearted humor to relieve stress and are open to play. Oh! Laughter is a form of egalitarian play between people and reflects an ability to relinquish control and follow someone else's lead. They are enjoyable to be around, they aren't always happy, of course, but okay, wait, that's a different point. Is a Teiyu not stream now? Teiyu is a slave zombie to their force, yes. I am but a vessel for the Teiyu nodes. Okay, now hang on. You don't want pepper soup. Indeed. That's something that I need to put into words. Yeah, this is incredibly important to me too. I'm gonna do like at least one video on like humor, you know? Excessive sarcasm is off-putting. Yeah, emotionally immature people tend to use Hang on, I'm gonna put this here. Okay. Legalized comedy or something stupid like that. Yeah. Oh, I already can tell what that is. The emotionally immature people, don't tend to use humor in a way that actually strengthens relationships. Pushing humor on others or being all edgy and punching down and stuff. I know people who are like that and use that, and I realize that I just want to yell in their face that they're emotionally insecure. Highly likely, yes. There's a very hurtful phrase I am in the habit of saying when I feel harmed by something or someone. When I say it, I feel like I am demanding that the thing or person stop mocking me and give up and metaphorically bow in obedience. I know it's harmful to say it and even think it, but it's kind of like a negative vocal stim in the way that if I try not to say it, I feel the urge to say it increase more until I release that by saying it anyway. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wonder in how far, like, you know, there's been research on how swearing is actually something that that increases your pain tolerance, and yeah, I wonder if it's like kind of like that like the stress becomes too much for you to the point where you need like to have this expression of anger, this exceedingly intense expression of anger, is to feel like you're back in control over yourself. Something like that. Pepper soup was big around Europe 1000 years ago because spices were expensive and people want to show off how rich they were. And then one culture was like, well, spice is good, makes things tasty, but less is more. Yeah. You know? You don't have to overdo it. Yes. Punching down and stuff. If they enjoy putting others down, there's a good chance they'll treat you that way as well. If they shit on others, there's a good chance they'll do it to you, too. Can be a sign of an emotionally closed off person Oswald, thanks for aiding me in my absolutely favorite exchange on Discord this week. What? Do tell? Hi there. What happened? What'd I do? Oh, was it the thing about like having too many servers that you're in? Oh yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah. Like for context for everyone else, Nosville was in Nasu's server and talking about how they're in too many Discord servers, and someone was like, well, you know, that's a lot of servers, and you know, and they were like, well, wait, you tell them. I'm really bad at telling stories like that. I keep stumbling over my words. Anyway, close-up person, right? Close-up person who fears connection and keeps everyone at arm's length. Edgy humor should be a spice. Edgy humor should be a spice. Rather than the main course. EM people use light-hearted humor to relieve stress and are open to play. I would consider that like light-hearted humor kind of is play. Like I think that's what the appeal of dad jokes and stuff is that, you know, the joke itself isn't like super clever or anything, but it's the fact that someone is presenting this joke and just having an absolute ball, and you're just standing there like, you know what, I'm freaking happy for you. You're just laughing along with them. That's what makes it so wonderful, because it like really breeds a connection with them rather than being like a form of aggression. It's not just like I'm so happy for you, you know, but like you just get swept along with it. Yeah. Hang on, I'm just gonna copy this one. Laughter is a form of egalitarian play between people and reflects an ability to relinquish control and follow someone else's lead. Another way of putting it, no sane person wants to eat a spoonful of black pepper. Yes. Indeed. They are enjoyable to be around. They aren't always happy, of course, but they don't wallow in their misery and are able to handle their negative emotions to make sure they don't. Basically, if being around them doesn't feel draining, that's probably a good sign. Enjoyable to be around. Not always happy or anything. What do I do if someone I care about has a lot of these emotionally immature traits, but can't really do shit about it yet because they're currently still being traumatized every day? Ooh, well, that is a big question, isn't it? You know? I would say it's important to like practice being able to use these techniques that were discussed earlier about like emotionally distancing yourself. You don't have to always be emotionally distant from them, but like when you can tell like that they're, you know, high-strung and like about to lash out, then it's important to be able to take a step back and be like, okay, that's their trauma speaking. It's not them. It's not about me. This doesn't have to ruin our relationship or anything. And, you know, then when the fallout is, like, you know, yeah, you do that already? Okay, good. No. Good. Man. Oh, we're so close to the end. If they're not always happy or anything, don't wallow in misery or make it everyone else's problem. If they aren't training to be around, a thumbs up. Now hang on, how much else is left? Oh no, there's still quite a bit. Why is it so much? Did I really just like transcribe the whole damn thing? Heck. I guess that was the phase where I just kinda, repeated what the book said in my own words, mostly.
Oh boy, okay.
Well, there's a ad break coming up. I'm gonna keep trucking and finish this. What to look for in meeting people online. Use the asynchronous nature of messaging to reflect on how talking to someone makes you feel. Are they respectful of your boundaries? How fast you respond or want to get to know them? It was like this. I was sharing an image of how much text can fit on a vertical monitor by using Discord in compact mode, which I use daily. And one of our colleagues remarked about how many Discord servers I'm in, and I was like, yep, but I'm not gonna leave the GOAT community server now, am I? And they replied with, literally, I don't know, will you? So naturally, I just had to use the golden opportunity they opened for me there, and thus I tagged Teiyu with a simple question, will I? And Teiyu answers the call to glory with, no! And all I have to do after that is go like, see? My hands are tied. To which the final response was just fair. I'm glad I caught that message in time. Like, really just the push notification was there. I was like, will I? Will I what? Will I do?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Are they pinning too many hopes on you before even knowing you? Are they standoffish, making you work to maintain communication? Are they reciprocal? Do they actually respond to what you say or just go on about their own topics? Do they keep a conversation going by asking you questions to get to understand you better? Taking notes on these impressions right after reading a message or a profile can help you focus on your gut reaction. Okay. Take the time between messages to ask. Do they respect boundaries? Have too many expectations of how fast to respond or something? Or take too long themselves? Are they pinning too many hopes on you? Standoffish? Making you work? Do they actually listen and respond, or just go on about their own stuff? Do they ask you questions to really get to know you as a person? Exploring new ways of being in relationships. Time to work on yourself. Try to pick like 1 or 2 of these traits to work on and be patient with yourself. Some might be harder than others. Oh. Okay, this is just like kind of a list. Being willing to ask for help. I'll ask for help whenever I need to. I'll remind myself that if I need someone, most people will be glad to help me if they can. I'll use clear, intimate communication to ask for what I want, explaining my feelings and the reasons for my requests. I'll trust that most people will listen if I ask them to. Being myself, whether people accept me or not. When I state my thoughts clearly and politely without malice, I won't try to control how people take it. I won't give more energy than I really have. Instead of trying to please, I'll give other people a true indication of how I feel. I won't volunteer for something if I think I'll resent it. If someone says something offensive, I'll offer an alternative viewpoint. I won't try to change the other person, but I won't let that statement go unremarked upon. Sustaining and appreciating emotional connections. I'll make a point of keeping in touch with special people I care about and returning their calls or messages. I'll think of myself as a strong person who deserves to give and receive help from my friends. Even when people aren't saying the right thing, I'll tune in to whether they're trying to help me and express gratitude if I feel emotionally nurtured by their efforts. When I'm irritated with someone, I'll think about what I want to say that could improve our relationship, wait to cool off, and then ask them if they are willing to listen. Having reasonable expectations for myself. I'll keep in mind that I don't need to be perfect. I'll pay attention to my energy level and rest instead of waiting for my body to break down. When I make a mistake, I'll accept that it's only human to make mistakes. I'll remember that everyone is responsible for their own failings and for expressing their needs clearly. I don't have to read minds. Yes. Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'll just note down. Exploring new ways of being in relationships. Time for some self-improvement. Pick 1 or 2 of these. I just had a moment where I was like, what am I actually taking these notes for? Well, we'll see. Being willing to ask for help. Being yourself, whether people accept you or not. Sustaining and appreciating emotional connections. Having reasonable expectations for yourself. Oh, wait. Is that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait. We're almost done. Y'all, the end is right there. Communicating clearly and actively seeking the outcomes I want. I won't expect people to know what I need unless I tell them. Caring about me doesn't mean they automatically know what I'm feeling. If people close to me upset me, I'll use my pain to identify an underlying need. Then I'll use clear communication to provide guidance on how they could give it to me. When my feelings are hurt, I'll try to understand my reaction first. Did something trigger feelings from my past, or did the person really treat me badly? If someone was insensitive, I'll ask them to hear me out. I'll be thoughtful to other people, and if they aren't thoughtful in return, I'll ask them to be more considerate and then let it go. I'll ask for something as many times as it takes to get a clear reply. When I get tired of interacting, I'll politely speak up, asking if we can continue our contact at another time. I'll explain kindly that I'm just out of gas at the moment. Even if you didn't learn these values as a child, the next best time is now. Imagine how happy you might finally be. This awareness can help you start a new life and reclaim yourself. And that's pretty freaking poggers. Pretty sure that's exactly how she wrote it. Yeah. Communicating clearly and actively seeking the outcomes you want. Gonna fix this for uniformity and heck.
We're done. We're done with the thing. Oh no, oh dear, oh dear.
Yeah. Hello. Ay, ay, ay. Alright. Frickin'. Yay. Okay. Terminally stupid. We have a rate target. We have a rate corgi. Sorry, we have a rate corgi. Yes. Yeah, thank you for congrat. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna go eat a thing. But first, yes, we're gonna, yes, we're gonna do the things. Oh boy. Oh boy. Shut up. Germanly stupid. Yeah, as a person. Ooh, there's a person doing some wild art. Hello there. Hi. Uneventful birthday stream, no fun allowed. Fair enough. Okay. Gibaba. Man, everyone, thank you so much for being here. I am giving you big hugs and or smooch on head if desired. Yes. If you are happy and you know it, good on ya. Yeah. It's been nice having you. Yeah, baba. Oh, she's Connie. YouTube. There's a YouTube? The Pokemon I know. It's just like, whoa. Didn't realize you cared that much. Yes, please follow on the YouTubes. It means a lot when you can like support that side of things as well. No worries. I was just surprised. Yes. Right, yeah. Blue Sky and Discord. Yeah, join the Discord. Be on the Discord. It's full of nice people and snacks. In one way or another. It's not about the Pokemon, it's about the feeling of not being in control and the humiliation of making a mistake. Ah, I see. Ay. Oh dear. Alright. Was there something else? I don't know. Here's a raid message. Here's a raid message. If you are subscribed, the desire for control is a fallacy, but it is a universal fallacy, so you know, understandable. Here's the raid message. If you are not subscribed, I can highly recommend being subscribed. It makes you be all like, you know, wow, I'm subscribed to the good, you know. That's how you're gonna be if you just. I'm gonna stop talking now. No worries, Gunny. Yeah. Oh, shout out to Terminally Stupid, whose birthday it is today. So that's nice. You can go ahead and make a birthday rate message instead. I didn't know. I'm too low energy. I just wanna finish stream now. I try not to be scary most of the time, but sometimes I need to fight back at something. All right. You do what you have to. Yeah, I think that was everything. Yeah. Raid. Terminally stupid. Okay. Wow. No, baba. Come on. Ah. Alright, yeah. If you aren't taken by the raid, you know where to go because there's a link right there. Yeah. And yeah. Big hugs. Next stream is in 2 days. Yeah, it's introspective art as always, and we're gonna have Anu there, so that's nice. I'm looking forward to that. And yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen next week. I'm gonna eventually need to take some time off to prepare stuff for the big event that's coming up that I still haven't actually properly announced with like a whole big thing. So I don't know. It's just be there and like have fun and be cute like you always are, because you're so cute. I love you. I'm so happy to have you here. Take care. All right. Remember that you're loved. Bye. Why is it? Oh, mamma mia. That's fair. That's not terrible. This one's really kind of good. I mean, compared to that.